Okay, so in this video, we're going to use WordPress to create a beautiful website. It's so cheap and easy to create a WordPress website today, and I'll walk you through every single step. So by the end of this video, you'll have a fully functioning website. It doesn't matter what age you are or if you have no web design experience at all, because this video will be the most comprehensive video you've ever watched. And by the end of it, I promise you're going to feel like a professional web designer. This could have cost you thousands of dollars if you hired a freelancer or company to do this for you, but I'll be showing you how to do everything in the most cost-effective way possible so that you can save money, and you'll also learn a new skill that you could, monetize and make money with. Hi, welcome to the channel. My name is Josh, and I'll be showing you how to make a WordPress website in just 3 simple steps. First, we're going to set everything up. Now, this step is going to include things like getting your website hosting. I'll show you the best option for that. And then we're going to get the name for your website, which is going to be your domain name. And then after that, we're going to install WordPress. We're going to install a theme. And basically, this is going to be a design for your website. It's going to make things so much easier for us. And then we're also going to install a plugin called Starter Templates. Now, this plugin is basically going to give us a fully built website. And all we need to do is go in and customize it. It makes it so easy. And don't worry, I will fully explain what everything means. This course is made for a true beginner that has no experience. So in the next step, we're going to organize everything in your WordPress dashboard, which again will make things way easier for us. This will include removing things from the pre-built website that we don't need, like different pages, different, plugins that might get added as well. We're just going to clean things up here. And then we're also going to create a site title and tagline and make sure that our website is backed up so that if we make any mistakes, we accidentally delete something, we change something that we didn't want to change, it doesn't matter what it is, we'll be able to restore our website and not lose any of the work that we did. And in the last step, we're going to design and customize your website. So this step will include choosing a template or design, and there are tons of options to choose from that are completely free for you to use. Then we're going to customize the styles in WordPress. This is basically all the fonts and colors that you want to use for your website. I'll show you how to customize those and change those as well. And then I'll show you how to edit and customize your website pages, and also make sure that they're mobile friendly as well, so that if someone pulls up your website on an iPhone, it still looks good, everything is still spaced out the way you want it, everything is showing up. I will also show you how to create and upload a logo for your website, how to create a contact form so that people who visit our website can email us, if they're, interested in a product or a service or something else that we have to offer. And after that, we're done, and you will have a fully built professional website. So take your phone and put it out of reach face down and follow everything I do step by step. I'll explain everything and make it really easy for you. I also reply to every comment on my videos. It doesn't matter what it is. So if you get stuck somewhere in the video, just leave a comment down below and I'll help you out. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with step number 1, which is the setup. So the first thing we need to do is you can click on the first link down below in the description, or you can open up a web browser like we have here, and you can go to hostinger.com/Josh Burns Tech. And after you have that typed in, go ahead and click enter. And that will take you to this page here. So I just want to let you know that if you click my link down below in the description, or you go to the link we typed in, that is my affiliate link. So if you decide to use it, you'll be helping support my channel. Now, I also have a coupon code, which I'll show you how to enter here in a moment, that will save you even more money. So I just want to let you know that if you decide to use my code, I sincerely appreciate it. It means the world to me, and thank you. So the setup is going to be very easy because we can basically do everything from Hostinger. We can set up our website hosting, we can get our website name, we can install WordPress, and do everything else from the same place. It's really easy. I've personally been working with Hostinger for a very long time on my channel, and I truly believe that they are the best web hosting platform that's available today. So the first thing we need to do is we can either click Start Now right here, or we can scroll down to choose a hosting plan. Let's go ahead and do Start Now. And another thing I want to mention here is that Hostinger is having a huge sale right now. You can see they have a giant Hostinger sale. So it's kind of a New Year's sale. It's going to be going on for a while. So, the sooner you sign up, the more money you're going to save. If for some reason it's, you're watching this video and the New Year sale is over, don't worry about it. They pretty much always have some sort of sale going on, and you're going to save a lot of money and get, affordable web hosting no matter when you watch this video. Let's go ahead and click this button here that says Start Now. Okay, so on top of having a 30-day money-back guarantee, the individual plans are really affordable. So if we scroll down a little bit, you can see here that premium web hosting is currently 80% off, and it's only $2.49 per month. And then the business plan, which is what I'm going to use in this video. However, if you want to use the premium plan, the steps are going to be identical. You're just going to have some more features with this plan here, but it doesn't matter which plan you choose, because every one of these, the steps we're going to do in this video to set up our WordPress website are going to be exactly the same no matter what plan you choose. And then on top of it being, less than $4 a month for both plans, we're also going to use my coupon code that's going to save you an additional 10%, making it even cheaper. And if you want to start with a premium plan, you can always upgrade to the business plan if you need to in the future. So, you can start with either one. You can always upgrade or, whatever you need to do. The main differences between these two are going to be things like, visits per month. So if your website grows, substantially and you start getting over 25,000 visits a month, then you'll need to upgrade to the business plan. And then you also get increased performance. You're going to have a larger solid state drive with the business plan. You're going to have more files and directories. And then if you scroll down, you can see some other things down here as well. You're going to get a lot of AI tools and new features that Hostinger has, built into the business plan. So again, if you want to start with the premium plan, you can always upgrade, but you do get a lot of, additional features if you choose this plan right here. Let's go ahead and choose the business plan right here. Okay, so here we go. We have business web hosting selected, and it's currently selected for 48 months. Now, if you select the drop down here, you can see a bunch of different options. You can do 48 months, 24 months, 12, or 1 month. If you do 48 months, so the longer duration you select here to pay for, it's going to be cheaper. So for instance, if we change this from 48 to 24, you can see that the plan discount went down to 71% and the price per month is $3.99 per month. And then if you change it to 12 months, it's going to stay the same as a 24, and then 1 month, it's going to be a lot more expensive. Now, if we go back to 48, this is the one that, I think you should select. It's going to save you the most money. It's going to be the cheapest per month. And then you're also going to get the longest duration out of it. If you're building a website, and you're taking it seriously, then you're not going to delete the website after, 12 months or 24 months. It's something that you're going to put a lot of work into and stay consistent with and build out for the long term. If you don't want to select 48 for some reason, I would do 12 or 24, one of these two. But we'll leave this one selected because we're going to save the most money. Okay, so here is the most important part on the screen. Have a coupon code. Just click this right here. And now we can enter my coupon code. So before we do that, I need to tell you something extremely important. So here recently, another YouTuber exposed the Honey browser extension. So for example, if you have the Honey browser extension installed, then on this screen right here, it's probably already popped up right here saying, hey, we found some coupons for you, please use these. If you type my code in, click apply, and then you see this pop-up up here for Honey if you haven't installed, and you click apply coupons, it's going to overwrite my coupon code, and it's also going to overwrite my affiliate link. I'm not going to get anything for helping you, for referring you. They just said, hey, click this button, and you click it, they get the commission. What I did personally is I uninstalled the Honey browser extension, and I'll never use it again. So if you want to support my channel, which I sincerely appreciate, it helps me make more free content, free courses, free tutorials like this for you, then either don't click on the pop-up or go ahead and remove Honey from your extensions. That's what I would recommend, and I really appreciate it. So there is a class action lawsuit being filed against Honey, so hopefully in the future they will not be able to do, horrible things like this anymore. But anyway, let's go ahead and click right here where it says have a coupon code. And then let's type in Josh Burns Tech and click apply. And there we go. Now we have a 78% discount and we're saving tons of money. So with the coupon code applied, we can click continue. So from this screen, all you need to do is create your account with Hostinger. You can use a Google account or you can type in an email address and password. So I'm going to do that now and then click continue right here. Okay, so from here, all you need to do is type in your billing information. So I need to put in my first name, last name, my address and everything. So I'll go ahead and do that in one moment. And then over here, you can see the plan you have selected and then all the different discounts and savings you're getting. So we're saving a lot of money with the 48-month plan. We're going to get daily backups of our website. So we'll make sure everything is backed up once a day. You're going to get 2 extra months for free. We're going to get a free domain name. And then there's a setup right here as well. It's a monthly setup and it's a one-time fee that's also waived for this plan. So again, I think this is the best option for you because it's going to save you the most money long term. Okay, so once you have an address typed in here, we can go ahead and click continue. This is not my address, by the way. Okay, so once you have your billing details selected, you can go ahead and pay for it, and they have a bunch of options that you can use to pay for it as well. Okay, on this screen, we have 2 options. We can create a website, which this is what we're going to select. Or if you already have a website, if you already had one created with a, different hosting provider, then you could select this option here and actually migrate your website, and Hostinger will help you do that. They make it really easy. However, we are creating a new website for this tutorial or course, whatever you want to call it. It is basically a mini course, but we're creating a new website. So let's go ahead and select this option right here. And then down here at the bottom, we can click next. Okay, how do you want to build your website? This is pretty self-explanatory. This is a WordPress video, so we're going to choose WordPress. However, Hostinger does give you 2 options. They have a Hostinger website builder, so this option right here basically lets you do everything by dragging and dropping. You're not going to have as many customizable features. You can't use plugins and all those things, which is what we're doing in this video, and one of the reasons why WordPress is amazing, in my opinion, the best way to build a website. However, this option here is good for people that just want to drag and drop things around, and they don't care about having all the other features that come with WordPress. Go ahead and select WordPress and click Next. Okay, and then on this screen, all you need to do is enter an email address and password for your WordPress account. This is probably a website for your business or something that's very important to you. So go ahead and, type in a strong, secure password. So I'll go ahead and type in my email address and password and then click Next right here. Okay, so on this screen, we can basically choose what type of website that we want to build. This part right here is important if you're using AI to build a website for you, or if you want to choose from pre-existing templates that are available to you as well. Now, if we just select one of these here and we go to the next screen, you'll see 2 options: create a website with AI, and then we also have pre-built website and themes. Now, we're not going to select either one of these. The reason for that is because we're going to install our own website template whenever we're done with the setup. You can do that from here, but the issue with this, if we click on it, I'll just show you really quick. All of these pre-built website templates will be using the WordPress block editor. And in this video, we're going to use Elementor to build out our website, which makes things way easier in my opinion. Now, spoiler, we're going to be using this template right here, which we can preview. This template is powered by the Astra theme, which we're also going to use, and you can see that here. But this pre-built website template was actually built by Tyler Moore. He makes really good templates and really good content as well on YouTube, and this is the one that we're going to use. However, it's really important that we do not select anything here, because again, all of these templates are going to be using the WordPress block editor, which means if we install Elementor, the plugin, which we're going to do very soon, and then we go in and try to modify one of these templates, it's not going to look right. Everything is going to be off, the margins, the padding, things are going to be off the web page. It's not going to show up right. So let's go ahead and go back, and we can actually go back one more time. What we're going to do is select this button right here that says Create Blank Site. We are going to use Elementor. I'll fully explain the difference between the two when we get to that point so that you'll understand it. So these are some recommended plugins that Hostinger recommends you install for your website. So plugins are basically like an app on an iPhone. It's something you install in WordPress, and then it gives you a bunch of other features and options that you can do. For the recommended plugins, I definitely recommend WPForms right here. This is going to allow us to build a custom contact form for our contact page, so I definitely recommend it. Now, these other ones, I don't really need these right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and unselect them, because we can install any plugin we want after we get set up and we're in the WordPress admin panel, and I'll show you how to do that. So down here, we will click Next. Okay, so now it's time to choose the name for our website. So you can see here we have one free domain. Again, if you sign up with the business plan or premium plan, you're going to have a free domain, completely free for 1 year. And then the name of your website or your domain name is simply yourwebsitename.com. So whatever you want your website name to be, that's what you need to type in here. So your website name might not be available, so it may take you a little bit to, decide and choose what your website name is going to be. For example, if I type in joshburnstech.com, you can see here that it's not available because I actually own it. It's saying, hey, do you own this domain? Use it. So we can't use that name. So there's actually a better place where you can decide what your website name is going to be. So if we go to Google, I'm just going to go ahead and open a tab right here. Okay, so in Google, let's type in Hostinger domain name search, and you can see it right here. Let's click this option. Okay, and it's going to be this one right here. We'll click on it. Okay, so in my opinion, this is a much better place to actually decide what your domain name or website name is going to be, because it's going to have a lot more options, and you can also generate domain names using AI. So for example, if we typed in joshburnstech.com right here and we do search, you can see that it's already taken, so we can't use it, but it gives you some other options, some AI generated alternatives. You can see some of these are using different extensions. I definitely recommend using .com because it's the most used and recognizable as well. But for the purpose of this video, we are going to use how to make a WP website.com. Let's make sure this is available. Okay, we're good to go. We can use this domain right here. Okay, so I'm going to copy the domain. We're going to go back to our setup over here. Let's go ahead and paste the domain in. Okay, there we go. We can see it is available and we get it free for 1 year. And then after the first year, it's going to be $16.99 to renew it. So pretty cheap. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on the domain. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and click Next right here. Okay, so on this screen, all you need to do is confirm your domain details. It's going to have your name, email address, phone number, your address, and everything right here. It's going to be blurred out because, I'm not going to share those details with you. But just make sure that everything looks correct on the screen, and it does for me. So I'm going to go ahead and click Finish Registration right here. Okay, our domain is being registered and it's verifying our personal details. Okay, so on this screen, you basically need to tell Hostinger where your target audience is going to be located. So this is really important because whatever you select here, this is where your website is going to be stored. So your website files, your database, everything. Now, you want it to be stored close to where your target audience is going to be because it's going to give them a great user experience and make everything fast. You want your pages to load really fast. You don't want people to be having to wait around for things because they're going to leave your website. So very important, make sure you choose a data center close to where you think your target audience is going to be located. Now for me, let's say my target audience is going to be in the US. Now I don't have a way of really knowing at the moment if it would be East Coast or West Coast dominant. So what I'm going to do is select this East Coast server right here, which is going to be close to where I'm located because I'm on the East Coast. So go ahead and select whatever works best for you on this page and then click next right here. And there we go. We are installing WordPress. Now this could take around 5 minutes to complete. So what I'm going to do is go upstairs, make a coffee, and then I'll be right back. And there we go. WordPress is finished installing, and this is the WordPress admin dashboard. I'm going to explain everything in this dashboard to you so you fully understand what everything is, how to find everything, how to customize everything. I'm going to make sure you understand it all. This will probably be the most comprehensive video you've ever watched on YouTube. So before we get into the WordPress admin panel, again, I want to show you the back end on Hostinger. So to get there, come up here to the top where it says Hostinger, and we want to open the hPanel right here. Okay, so on the Home tab, it's going to basically give you a to-do list and also show your hosting and domains and everything. So let's go over here and actually click on the Websites tab. So this will basically show you all of the websites that you have hosted at Hostinger. So you can see over here I have a few websites. These are ones that I've developed for other tutorials and things like that as well. And here's the website that we just created, how to make a WordPress website.com. So you can see here it's telling me I need to verify my email address to register the domain. So Hostinger will send you an email to whatever email you signed up with on Hostinger, and it'll basically have a link in it that you can click to verify your email address really easy. So I'll go ahead and do that in a moment to get that registered. You can also see right here that you can get to the WordPress admin panel, which we were just at, and you can also go to the dashboard. Okay, so let's go down right here and click on dashboard. Okay, here we go. Now, this is going to show you everything about the back end of your website. Again, very important to know where this is. We can see our domain. It's saying that an action is required. That wants me to, verify that email that I told you about. This is the hosting. We have a free email setup, which I'm going to show you how to do because, again, I think it's really important that you have a business email tied to your website so that, we can build out the contact form. And when someone sends you an email, it's going to go to your business email. It's not going to go to your personal one. We also have a daily backup, which again is great. It's going to take a daily full backup of our website. So if something happens, tomorrow, we can restore it back to the previous or most recent backup. And I'll show you a plugin as well that we can install, and you can back up your website at any time. So, let's say that you're planning to make a significant change to your homepage or one of your other pages. We can back up the website right before doing that. You can also get to the file manager that's going to have all the files for your website, your database, WordPress overview. Again, you can do everything here on the back end of your website. And it's also going to tell you your page speed insights. You want this to be as high as possible because this score right here is out of 100, and a 100 score would mean that your website is as fast as possible. You can also run a speed test of your website at any time as well. It's also going to tell you if you have any malware, which you definitely don't want that. So you want this to say that your website is safe. And this is really important right here. It's going to give you a percentage of resources used. So this is going to include the memory that you have, the disk space, and all those things. You don't want this to get full because if it does, you're going to have a lot of issues with your website. So definitely check on this periodically. And if it gets, up in this range here, you're going to need to upgrade your website to a, higher plan. So for example, if you started on the premium plan, once you got to like the 100 gig, I think it gives you for disk space, you would need to probably upgrade to the business plan. And you can work with Hostinger on that. They'll make it really easy. So anyway, this is the main dashboard for your website hosting. You can upgrade your hosting plan here as well. Anything you want to do with your hosting, you're going to do it from here. You can see over here, there's a WordPress tab, hosting plan, performance, analytics, security, emails. Every single thing you need to do with your website hosting is going to be here in this hPanel. So definitely remember how we got here. And go ahead and save this tutorial. If you forget, you can always come back, watch this video, and figure it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and do something very important, which again is setting up the free email. It's really easy to do, and I'll show you how to do it. So let's go ahead and click this button right here. So a lot of videos like this skip over important things like setting up your email, showing you the back end of your, website hosting, and a bunch of other things as well. However, I want this video to be as comprehensive as possible, showing you everything that I personally wanted to know when I got started so that you know exactly what to do. And if you appreciate that, then hit the like button on this video and share it with someone else that it can help as well. I really appreciate it. So you do have free email. Now, the free version gives you 1 gig of storage per account, 1 forwarding rule, and email aliases, and then all the other standard things as well right here. Now, for just 79 cents per month, you get 10 gig of storage, 10 forwarding emails, email aliases, and you also get advanced phishing, spam, and malware protection. Now, you can get started with this one here and then upgrade, if you're on a budget and you don't want to spend some extra money. But for 79 cents per month, and then it renews at just, $1.59 after a year or whatever, that's extremely cheap. It's something I can afford. So this is the one that I would personally select so I don't run out of storage. Because if you plan to use this email address a lot, you will probably run out of storage pretty quick. So for the purpose of this video, I'll go ahead and select this one right here because I don't plan to use this domain for anything besides this video, tutorial, course, whatever. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and select this right here. Okay, so here we go. We need to type in an email name. This can be anything you want. So for me, I'm just going to type in Josh at howtomakeawpwebsite.com. And now I'll go ahead and enter a password and click create. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so it should go without saying, but make sure this password is unique and very strong as well. Because if someone can get into your, email address for your website or even the one you signed up with, then they can access your website and probably get into your WordPress admin panel. Make sure your password is unique and, stored somewhere secure as well. I personally use NordPass. I have a complete tutorial on NordPass if you want to watch it at some point after this video. So it'll help you, securely store your passwords. So anyway, let's go ahead and click create right here. Okay, so now we have 2 different ways that we can use our email account. You have a browser, which is going to be, what we're in right now, a web browser. And you also have recommended apps. However, the easiest option, in my opinion, is just going with the browser. So to access your email, all you have to do is go to mail.hostinger.com and sign in. That's why we're going to use this one right here because it's extremely easy to do. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and select browser, and then we're going to go right here and click create. Okay, so it looks like they are going to force me to verify my email, so let me go to my personal email real quick and verify this. Okay, there we go. My email address is verified, so we're good to go there. Now we can come down here to the next step, which is send your first email. So let's go ahead and click this right here. Okay, here we go. That is going to take us to mail.hostinger.com, which you can see right here. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my password and click log in. And there we go. We are in. This is our business email account that we just created. Again, it is extremely easy to do this. That took less than 5 minutes to get this set up and going. So there's no reason not to do it in my opinion. And then we'll come back to this later on in the video when we set up our contact page. We'll make sure that the contact form is working, because if it is working successfully, then it will actually send emails to this email address. Now again, anytime you want to log into this, you can simply type in mail.hostinger.com in a web browser and then log in. And you can also get to it from your hPanel and Hostinger. So if we go back to Hostinger, here we are in hPanel. We can go back to the main menu. Okay, so this is the home tab that we were on earlier. Now to get back to your email, you can simply click on emails right here. And here's our website. So let's go over here to click manage. And you have a lot of other options as well. You can do forwarding, email aliases, automatic replies, tons of other options. You can also set up Gmail and Outlook and other similar apps as well, which we looked at earlier. But again, I like to just go through the web browser because it's the easiest. Now, to get back to your email account, I wanted to show you this really quick. You can come down here to where it says email accounts. And if you simply click this button right here, it's going to take you back to your inbox. And there we go. I just wanted to show you another way you can get here to your inbox. So if we go to my website, I'll show you my contact form really quick, just to give you an example of one. We go to joshburnstech.com. Okay, so here's my contact button right here. We can click on it. And here's my contact form. So anytime someone fills out this contact form, they type in their name, email address, give a description of how I can help them, and select one of my services right here. And when they click submit, it's going to send all the details from this form to my business email address. Now, over here on Hostinger, that's exactly what we're going to set up for our new email account. We're going to do that later on in the video. I'll show you everything you need to do so that when someone fills out all those details on your form, it's going to send it to this email address right here. Okay, so let's go back to WordPress. And again, it's very simple to do from the Hostinger dashboard. You can simply come down to your website under the Websites tab. And here's our website, and we have this button right here, WordPress Admin. Go ahead and click that. Okay, so before I show you everything that you need to know in this WordPress Admin dashboard, first we need to install a few plugins. And this is where you can manage all of the plugins for your website. You can add new plugins, you can remove plugins, you can deactivate them and activate them. You can do everything. So I'll show you how to do that. Now, the first thing you're probably noticing is this little notification we have. And anytime you have a notification like this, it probably means an update. And you can see right here, we have all active update available, must use, drop in. I don't really do anything with these two, but I usually focus on these first three. And you can see we have an update. And then if you look right here, it's saying that the Hostinger Easy Onboarding, we have an update for it. And what that is if you come up to Hostinger up here, they have onboarding, and it basically gives you some step-by-step, best practices that you can go through when setting up your WordPress website. So we can go ahead and update that. And one thing I want you to remember and be cautious about is anytime you have a plugin update, especially if it's a plugin that affects the functionality of your website or affects the look of it or the design, you always need to back up your website before updating the plugin. And I'll, show you how to back it up. But I always back it up because sometimes plugins can cause issues with your website, and sometimes pretty serious issues if it's something that affects the look and, design of your entire website. So this plugin only affects the onboarding for Hostinger and, those best practices. It's not something that's going to affect the look and feel of our website. So we can go ahead and update that right here. And what I'm going to do is just click this button that says update now. It should be really quick. There we go. It's already done. Okay, so you can see that Hostinger installs some other plugins by default. We have Hostinger AI, we have Hostinger Tools, Lightspeed. This is a caching plugin that helps your, website run faster. This plugin here, Spectra, is going to affect the block editor, I believe, in WordPress. We have starter templates. I'll show you exactly how to use this plugin, and it's full of awesome templates that you can build, your website. It's going to pre-build your website for you. There's tons and tons of templates. And then, of course, we have WPForms. This is how we're going to build our contact page for our website. It's really easy to use as well, and I'll show you exactly how to set that up. Okay, so first we need to add some plugins. Let's come up here to the top. We're going to click this button here that says Add New Plugin. Now, you can also get to this by hovering over plugins, and you can see right here, Add New Plugin. But anyway, let's go ahead and click the button right here. Okay, so the first plugin we're going to add is called Elementor, and you can come over here to the right-hand side, click in this search box, and then go ahead and type it in, Elementor. You're going to see this one pop up right here for the Elementor website builder. It has, almost 7,000, almost 5-star reviews, 10 million active installations. This is an extremely popular plugin that makes building and designing your website so much easier, in my opinion. So let's go ahead and install it. And another word of caution, If, for example, if you had like a website you've already designed and maybe you built the whole thing simply in WordPress, or maybe you installed a different, website builder. There's other popular ones, like I think one is Avada. I've used Avada in the past. If you install Elementor on top of one of those other ones, it can cause a lot of issues with your website. So if you have a pre-existing website, be very cautious about installing this. You definitely want to back up your website before doing so, and then you would also want to deactivate this right after. We're building a new website in this tutorial. You have nothing to worry about, so let's go ahead and install it right here. There we go. So it installed really quick, and now we're going to activate it as well by clicking this button. Okay, so you can see we have Elementor installed and it's also activated. Now, for example, if you had like an issue with a plugin, and you want to try to troubleshoot it to figure out, what's causing the issue with your website, the best way to do that is you can deactivate some plugins that you think could be problematic or causing issues. You can simply do that by clicking deactivate right here, and it will deactivate it. So for example, if we deactivate Hostinger Easy Onboarding, then you can see right here that it is deactivated. But let's go ahead and reactivate it right here. Over here on the left-hand side, you can actually see Elementor, and you can see all the options for it. I'll show you exactly how to use this for your website, so don't worry about that right now. But one thing I wanted to let you know is that most often, whenever you install a plugin, you will see it appear over here. So as you can see, we have Elementor, WPForms, Lightspeed Cache. Okay, so the next plugin we need is Starter Templates. It's already installed, so nothing to do there. The next one I would recommend installing, which we can set up with Hostinger as well. Let's go up here to Add New Plugin. And over here on the right-hand side, let's search for Google Site Kit. Okay, here it is right here. Let's go ahead and click Install. We'll go ahead and activate it. There we go, and you can see it right here. I'll show you exactly how to set this up in a moment. So that's all the plugins I would recommend initially installing. Again, there are tons and tons of plugins, and if you want to search for some of the popular ones, again, you can click Add New Plugin. So if we come up here to the top and we search for All-in-One Migration, here it is right here. It's called All-in-One WordPress Migration and Backup. This is the plugin that's going to allow us to take manual backups of our website. And you can also restore your website from it as well by doing import. So let's go ahead and click Install right here. And let's activate it. There we go, and you can see it over here on the left-hand side. Okay, so that's all the plugins that I would initially recommend installing, but there is one other plugin that I personally recommend. It's not going to be here in the plugin store. It is actually a custom plugin that you have to download from another website and then install. Let me go ahead and quickly show it to you. You can actually get to this plugin by going to joshburnstech.com/WPRocket. Okay, so again, this is my affiliate link, so if you do use that link, it helps support my channel. If you actually decide to use this plugin, so I use this plugin on my main website, joshburnstech.com, because it speeds up everything pretty significantly in my opinion. After I installed it, I noticed a big difference in how my pages load, like they load instantly. So the only downside with this plugin is that it's not free, but in my opinion, it's worth it. If you go to pricing right here, they have a few different options. If you're only going to be using it for one website, like the one we're building right now, then you would be fine going with this option right here, which is what I personally use. I heard about this plugin from someone that has a blog and, makes a lot of money from their blog. And I'm on their email newsletter, and they basically recommended some plugins that they use for their blog. And this was one of them, so that's how I found it. And again, it's made a pretty big difference in my website. If we go to it over here, and we go to joshburnstech.com, so if I go to my blog page, you can see it loaded instantly. If we come down here to this blog post, it just makes everything so much faster, in my opinion. I definitely noticed a big difference after I installed the plugin. So if you do want to use this plugin and you go ahead and buy it, then they're going to send you a zip file for it. And it's either going to be, they'll probably send you some type of link through an email, or something like that. But once you have the zip file, you can come back to the WordPress admin panel. This is how you're going to install any custom plugin on your website that's not in the, WordPress plugin store. So come up here to the top, just like before, click add new plugin. So instead of this time going through the plugin store, what we're going to do is click on upload plugin right here. And here you go. So now if you, decide to use WordPress Rocket, what you're going to do is click choose file and then go to the zip file that you downloaded from WordPress Rocket and upload it from there, and it's going to install it on your website. It's really easy to do, but again, this is how you're going to install a custom plugin. Okay, so let's go ahead and close out of this, and let's go back to installed plugins. Okay, so let's first take a look at the all-in-one WordPress migration plugin, because it's one of the most important plugins that you're ever going to install. So over here on the left-hand side, come down here to all-in-one WordPress migration. And as you can see, we have different options. We have export. This is going to allow us to take a backup of our website. We have import. That's how you're going to actually restore your website from a backup if you ever need to. Then you also have this backups tab here. If you click on that, it's going to show your recent backups. So you can see I did take a backup. I took it yesterday and I went ahead and just uninstalled the plugin because I wanted to show you how you can install it yourself. So let's go up here to export, and we're going to take a manual backup. So I recommend to go ahead and, take a backup before you do anything else in this tutorial, just so that you can always come back to this point if you need to. Okay, so to take a backup, simply click this button right here and then click on File. Now it's going to prepare your backup. Okay, there we go. Our backup is complete. It's only 295 megabytes. And all you have to do is click this button right here and then save it somewhere on your computer. And I would recommend creating like a backups folder and then just, organize it by date and store all your backups there for your website. Okay, so my backup just completed, so we can click close right here. And now if we come over here, you can see that I have 2 backups. So let's go ahead and click on this. And there we go. There's my 2 backups that I've created so far. This one was 9 minutes ago. And you can actually click on this button right here, and you can actually download this export that we created. So if you want to restore this backup, you can click this button here, and that's going to restore your website. It's really that easy. You can also restore your website by coming to import. You can go to import from, file, and then navigate to that backup that you stored locally on your computer. Definitely install this plugin so you can take manual backups. Now again, in hosting, you're going to also have a, full backup of your website once per day, which is great. We definitely want that. However, you also want this plugin here so you can take backups before you do things. So for example, if I was going to, maybe install a different theme or do something else, something else that could affect the design of my website and the functionality, then I would definitely want to take a manual backup. And then one more plugin that I'm not going to cover, in depth in this video because it's kind of out of the scope and would take a lot more time. But if we come over here to plugins, I just want to show it to you so that you're aware of it. And we go to add new plugin, come over here and type in WP staging and then search for that. Okay, and then you have it right here, WordPress staging. So this is another backup plugin, but the benefit of using this is that, let's say you develop this entire website and you use it for, who knows, like a year or more, but you get to a point you're like, okay, I really want to redesign my website. I want to use a different theme and I just want to redesign the whole thing. As you can imagine, that would be pretty difficult to do when you have a live website up and running. You don't want to affect the pages and, maybe blog posts and everything that you have live that, people are coming to visit. So the benefit of using this plugin right here, you can develop and design a new theme, a new design in a staging environment that does not affect anything that's live on your website. So again, I'm not going to do a tutorial on how to use it because it's out of the scope of this video. There are other great tutorials on using WordPress staging. I just want to make you aware of it so that, down the road and, 1, 2, 3, 4 years or whatever it is, you decide that you want to completely change your website, use a different theme, then you would definitely want to use this plugin so you can design your new website and it not affect your live website. You can see here it's got perfect 5-star reviews, 100,000 active installations. It's a very, very important plugin to use if you're going to redesign your website. Okay, so before we choose a pre-built website template, I want to show you one thing that I think would be really important for you to know. So if we go to Pages and click on All Pages, if for some reason you have some pages in here, like a home page, about page, services page, something like that, like maybe you accidentally installed one of the pre-built website templates and now you want to start over from scratch, like I'm doing with this video, you can simply click on each one of those here and delete them. But I just want to mention that before we get started. The only other place you might find something you need to remove is down here in menus. If you have a menu here, you might need to delete the menu. But if you chose the option I did that said build, a blank website, then you shouldn't have anything that you need to delete. I just wanted to show you that really quick in case there are some things you need to get rid of. So anyway, let's go to Starter Templates. Okay, from here, let's click on Build with Templates. And now this part is extremely important. We need to click Elementor. So like I mentioned earlier in the video when we were going through the hosting setup, if we would have chose one of those pre-built website templates during the setup portion, then we would only have two options here. We would have Block Editor and Beaver Builder. Now the reason for that is because Hostinger basically would have disabled Elementor back in our WordPress settings. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on Elementor right here. And now we have tons of pre-built website templates to choose from. These are fully built websites with a home page, about page, a bunch of other pages as well, depending on whichever, pre-built website template that you use. But this is why it's so easy to build a website now, because you can start with a pre-built website and then all you have to do is customize it. Now again, make sure that you have Elementor selected right here. That's very important before we choose a template. And now as you can see, there's tons of options. You can search for templates. You can sort by different types of websites like business, restaurant, hotel and travel, local businesses, professionals, finance, accountant, web designer. There's pretty much every type of website you would want to build, even blog websites as well. So it's going to be sorted by popular. Now this is really popular. It's a really good website template as well. And I believe this one was also designed by Tyler Moore. He does really good work. And there you go. It was designed by him. So this one's very popular. However, let's go back and we can exit out of here. So again, whenever you find the template that you're interested in, you can simply click on it and preview it. Now in this video, we're going to use this template right here because I really like it a lot. This one, I believe, was also designed by Tyler Moore. And if you want to keep searching through here before you choose a template, you can also select the heart button right here to add it to your favorites. And then you could come up here and actually look at your favorite list instead of having to go back through here and find the one you liked a lot. Now, it doesn't matter what template you choose because everything I'm going to show you in this video, you can apply it to whatever template that you go with. I'll show you exactly how to design this template here. But it doesn't matter what template you choose. I highly recommend choosing a template that fits your business, that fits whatever type of website you're trying to build. Because everything I show you in WordPress and Elementor, you can do the same things with your website template. You don't have to choose this one. I'm personally going to use this one and customize it because I like the layout of it and it's really, really easy to work with as well. And you can also see some of the color palettes right here. You don't have to worry about these right now because I'm going to show you how to actually modify these in WordPress after we install it. And if we go back really quick, there are some premium templates as well. So this template right here, you actually have to pay $79 to buy it. Now, it looks like a really good template. So if it fit your business, it would definitely be worth it to pay that amount of money, in my opinion. However, there are a bunch of free templates as well, and you can also filter up here for those. We have all in premium. If you go to premium, it's going to show all the paid templates on here. But if you have all selected, you'll see all of these other ones that are free. And the one I'm using is completely free as well. So anyway, I'm going to use this website template right here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it and then go to continue. You can add additional features as well. Like if you're designing an e-commerce store, you can go ahead and select that. You can add a video player. You can, add free chat. There's a bunch of other features here. We're going to actually skip this step though. Okay, now from here, you simply need to tell them a little bit about yourself. So go ahead and fill out all this information here. That's what I'm going to do, and then I'll click submit and build my website. Okay, so once you get everything filled out here, make sure you have this option checked, and go ahead and submit and build your website. And there we go. That took 8 seconds to build. It's extremely quick. Okay, let's go ahead and click visit your website right here. And there we go. Now we have a complete website that's already pre-built for us. And all we have to do in this video is go through here and customize all the different tabs. It's going to be extremely easy, and you're going to learn a lot. The skills you'll learn in this video are going to benefit you substantially. From building your own website, these can be skills that you could also, build websites for other people and make money with. So you're going to learn some really good skills in this video. Now, if you want to be able to find the theme you have installed in the WordPress admin dashboard, you can usually find it up here at the top. You can see we installed Astra. This is what we selected during the, hosting setup. You can also come down to appearance, and right here you can click on themes, and you can see Astra here as well. This is the one that we selected. And again, the theme is not your template. So the theme we're using is Astra, and the template I chose during the setup was the Earth template. Now, the theme is basically all the different files, back-end design, things like that for your website. And again, Astra is one of the best in my opinion. So I know it can be confusing, but just remember that the actual theme and the template are going to be different. Okay, so the next plugin we need to look at is the Google Site Kit right here. And let's go ahead and click on this button right here to connect Google Analytics. And now come down to sign in with Google. Okay, so what I would recommend doing for this is probably keeping this separate from your main Google account. What I would do is go ahead and create a new account, and that's what I'm going to do, and make it specific to, this website. So I'm going to come down here and go to create account. I'll go ahead and put my name in here. Click next. I'll go ahead and put this information in and click next as well. Okay, now we need a username. So what I'm going to do is probably use the name of our website. So we'll do how to make a WP website at gmail.com. Now, you don't have to use the name of your website. You could use whatever username you want. But again, I'm creating this to keep it separate from my, main Gmail account. I want to create something separate and make it specific to my new website. So we're going to use this as my email address and username right here. And we'll go ahead and click next right here. Okay, I'll go ahead and put in a password and then click next as well. Okay, so now we need to add a recovery email. What I'm going to do for this is just go ahead and use the email account I created for this website. So that is going to be Josh at howtomakeawpwebsite.com. And I'll go ahead and click next. And here we go. Here's my new Gmail account. That looks good. And we can go ahead and click next. Okay, privacy and terms. Let's go ahead and click agree right here. And confirm. Okay, here we go. Now I can sign in to the site kit by clicking continue. Okay, so now you can select what site kit can access and have access to. And what I'll do is probably go ahead and select all. That's completely fine with me. I don't have any issues with that. But if you don't want to select these, I don't believe you have to. These are the, basically the recommended ones right here that you can't uncheck. But if you're paranoid and you don't want Google to have access to these things right here, which I completely understand, you could probably get by with not selecting them. But anyway, let's go ahead and go down here, and I'm going to click continue right here. Okay, so now we need to quickly go through the process of verifying our site ownership. So let's go ahead and click verify right here. And let's go ahead and click allow. Okay, now we need to set up Google Search Console, and I'll go ahead and show you exactly how to do this. So let's click setup, and let's click next right here. Okay, so now we need to make sure everything looks correct. Everything has been pre-filled for us, so we just need to make sure that everything looks good here. So we have an account, the property, which is going to be our website. That's the correct name. And it has my time zone here, which is also correct. Everything here looks good to me. So I'm going to go ahead and click create account. Okay, so now I need to select my new Gmail account, which is right here. And then click continue. And I'll go ahead and click continue right here as well. Okay, so now we have even more terms of service agreements to agree on. So let me go ahead and click that right there. We're going to accept. I don't believe we need any of these other ones, so I'm going to go ahead and click accept right here. Okay, let's go to the dashboard. Okay, there we go. It looks like everything is set up correctly. You can see here it's going to take some time to gather data. We shouldn't have any visitor data at the moment. No one is going to be going to our website. So, you might want to check on this after a while, especially when your website is up and running. Because, if it's not set up correctly, you'll know here because it won't have any data for you. But everything looks like it's good to me. And even later on, you can actually scroll down here to the bottom. If we come all the way down here, and you can actually set up Google AdSense. So this is a way that you can start making money from your website. And, eventually when you start getting a lot of visitors, you've probably seen this on other websites if you don't use like an ad blocker or something like that. But you'll probably see like a little ad pop up in the middle of like a blog page or article or something. And if it looks like it's coming from Google, then that is going to be AdSense. And basically if you're seeing that, and especially if you click on it on whatever website you're on, then they're going to make money from you doing that. And you can set the same thing up for your website right here. Eventually, if you want to set up AdSense and, start making money from AdSense, then you could come into your site kit, come down here to the bottom, and you can set it up right here. It's really easy to do. And there's a lot better premium ad networks that you're going to make a lot more money with than AdSense. And again, this is something you want to think about long term, especially if you create a blog website and you start getting a ton of blog visitors. Like, it has to be a lot. But I think the thresholds are usually like 50,000 or 100,000 visitors per month. If you're able to get that eventually, there are a couple of different ad networks. Let's see, I believe one is called AdThrive. Okay, so it's called AdThrive. It's called Raptive now, but it used to be called AdThrive. So out of all the really popular blog websites that I know of, most of them are monetized through Raptive, and they make a lot of money from Raptive as well. Like, I know blog websites that are making, tens of thousands of dollars a month or even more from, using Raptive on their blog website. So I just want to show you this really quick, especially if you're building a blog website. Keep this in mind as like, inspiration and like a goal to get to. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the Google Site Kit. Okay, so we are pretty much done with this initial setup section. We successfully got set up with our domain name and hosting. We installed a bunch of plugins. I showed you what each of those plugins do and how you can use them. So if you ever forget how to use one of those plugins, come back here to this section of the video, rewatch it. It's going to show you everything you need to know. So what we're going to do now is move on to the next section of the video, which is going to be the WordPress admin dashboard. So in this section, I'm going to show you where everything's at. So we're going to look at, everything in the WordPress admin dashboard. I'll show you exactly what you need to know. We will also create a site title and tagline for our website, which is really important to do as well. And I'll pretty much show you everything else that you need to know. My goal with this video is for it to be one of the most comprehensive videos that you've ever watched on YouTube. So again, if you appreciate that, hit the like button, share it with someone. That's how you can repay me. Okay, so first, let's go to the Hostinger hPanel for our website. So let's go back over to Hostinger. Okay, you should remember this screen from earlier. I showed you the free email, how we set that up, how you get daily backups, which you can view right here. And this is also where you can see your website files and your databases. Now, what I want to show you here back in this hPanel is over here. We're going to go over to WordPress and we're going to click this drop down. And let's go ahead and click on Overview first right here. Okay, so now that we have WordPress expanded and we're on the first tab right here, we can also see the other ones over here as well. Now, the first thing I wanted to show you, which is very useful, you have an option right here that you can toggle on, which is called Maintenance Mode. Now, if you toggle this on, you can see here other users will not be able to discover your content. Now, this is useful if you're doing some type of like update to your website or, something where you don't want users to be able to, access your website and go to your different pages. If there's ever a time when you want to take your website down to do anything, then this is going to be the easiest way to do that right here. And if you scroll down a little bit, Hostinger does have a custom plugin you can see right here. It's called the Hostinger Amazon Affiliate Connector. Now, I have a complete tutorial on Amazon affiliate marketing, and I actually build out a fully complete blog website on Hostinger, and I talk about this, Amazon Affiliate Connector in that video. Okay, and then the other important thing I wanted to show you is over here, we have a staging tab. So let's go ahead and click on that. Now, this is very useful, and it's actually an alternative to that WordPress staging plugin that I showed you earlier in WordPress. So instead of using that plugin, because your website is going to be hosted on Hostinger, you can actually create a staging environment right here. Now, I believe this would probably be a better option than using that, WordPress staging plugin. So if you ever want to build out, a test or staging environment for your website that you can develop and, not affect your live production website, then I would recommend trying it here first. Log into Hostinger hPanel, come down to WordPress, staging, and then you can create a staging environment right here. It's really easy. Okay, let's jump back over to WordPress. And again, we're good to go on SiteKit. We have everything configured and it's good to go. You can see here we have the Search Console connected, analytics, and page insights as well. So in WordPress, the first tab you're going to have is actually this Hostinger one right here. So let's go ahead and click on that. Okay, so now we have onboarding. So here you can see it's going to be basic things like connect a domain and then get found on Google. This is the site kit that we just completed. So we're pretty much good to go here. Now they have tons of really good tutorials that, teach you other things to do in WordPress, and you can actually click this button right here and it will show you all of them. This is one of the reasons why I think Hostinger is the best web host. They have a lot of really good content. They really think about what can help you more, and they try to implement and, innovate different things that are going to help you. Okay, and then if we scroll up here, now they have a ton of different AI features. I personally don't use many of them, but they do have a bunch of AI features that can help you, generate blog posts and even pages and things like that as well. Now you could do it here by clicking this button, and it basically will walk you through a bunch of questions about your blog post. They also have this AI content creator right here. And this is really similar to what I just told you about. You can use this form here to create content for your website by using AI. You can see you have content type, you can select post or pages, and then you basically go through and answer a bunch of questions. Now, this would be an alternative to using something like ChatGPT to create blog content. Again, I haven't really used it much. I usually write my own blog post, or I use another service called Content Pit. I'll put a link down below in the description if you're interested in that. It's actually human written content, so it's not AI. They basically have a bunch of freelancers that, one of them will be assigned your project, whatever type of blog post it is, and they'll write it for you, and they do a really good job. But anyway, that is basically it with Hostinger. They have this tools tab as well. So you can basically see your WordPress version from here, PHP version, and here's that maintenance mode toggle again. You can also find it right here. Okay, so next up we have the dashboard tab right here. And now it's going to tell you the WordPress version that you have installed. And you can see a bunch of other things here as well. I don't really do anything with this tab. It's pretty rare if I come to this tab to do anything. Now we do have this updates tab right here. This one is important. Let's go ahead and click on that. Okay, so we don't have any updates for WordPress at the moment, but we do have 2 plugin updates, and our theme has an update available as well. Okay, remember what I said earlier? If you do an update to anything like this, I highly recommend that you take a backup first. So you can see here, especially with themes, if you modify any of the theme files, then you could potentially lose whatever work that you did on the theme files. I have not modified any theme files, so I don't have to worry about losing anything. As a best practice, because, my day job, I'm a SQL Server DBA, a database administrator, and as a database administrator, the main thing you're taught is to always make sure you have good, reliable backups of your databases. It's like rule number 1 when you become a database administrator. So, before we update these, we are going to take a backup. So over here, let's go down to all-in-one WordPress migration, and we're going to go to backups. You can actually go to export or backups. So from backups, we're going to click create backup right here, and it's going to go through and back up all of our content. And there we go. The backup is complete and I can save it to my computer. Okay, so now that we have a new backup that was taken 2 seconds ago, okay, so we can actually update these plugins right here by coming to dashboard and updates. Or we can also update them down here in the plugins tab. I think most times I do updates to plugins, I do them in the plugins tab. It doesn't really matter, but we'll go ahead and do them right here. So we're going to update both of these. We can select all and then click update plugins. Okay, there we go. That took less than 1 minute. And you can see here that it actually enabled maintenance mode when it did these updates. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that didn't break our website. So let's come up here to our website and let's right click right here and let's open it in a new tab. All right, that looks good. It did not break our website, which is definitely what you want to see. Now, if you had an issue here, what you could do is disable the plugin that you updated to see if that fixes it. Or, you have that backup that you can always restore from if you have to resort to that. Okay, so now let's go back to updates. And now let's go update our theme right here. So we're going to select it and we're going to go to update theme. Now, this is the one that has the greatest potential to break something with your website. If you've actually modified any theme files. We haven't, modified anything with Astra, so we should be good to go. So let's go ahead and update it. And there we go. That took about 5 seconds. So let's go check our website one more time. We're going to right click, open a new tab. And there we go. Everything looks good. Again, we didn't break anything. Okay, so let's go back over. Okay, so then we have SiteKit. We've already went through Google SiteKit and got everything set up. This is Astra, so this is our actual theme. We can actually click on that. Okay, so the main tab basically gives you a bunch of different quick settings that you can jump to. Like site identity, this will take you directly to it, customizing in WordPress where you can, set your logo, do a bunch of other things I'm going to show you how to do. So that's coming up. Okay, so settings, I don't really do much with that. It's basically for upgrades. Starter templates, now this is another way to get to starter templates instead of going over here and going to appearance and starter templates. This will take you there as well. And then you have a free versus pro. Again, nothing really to do there. So we can go over here and go to customize. Okay, so now you have the theme. So again, there are 2 different ways to customize your website and 2 different ways we're going to build it. And we're going to get into that in the next section of this video when I show you how to basically customize your website. Your theme is going to basically give you control of all of these things here. So you can see here we're using the Astra theme. And now you can modify a bunch of different things. Like in global, you can modify your colors, topography. Again, we're going to get into all of this in the next section. But I want to make it clear that these options here are associated with your theme, which is going to be Astra. And you can see here it gives you a pop-up saying, hey, we have more options available in the Pro version of Astra if you wanted to upgrade. I'm not going to upgrade. I haven't upgraded on other websites, but you can if you want to. And then your website template, that's what we installed over here. So that is Earth. That is all the pages fully built out like this is here with this, background image with the home tab, about tab, services tab. We have a transparent header. This is a logo. We can scroll down and you can see all this other content. All of this content is the actual website template. That is the Earth template that I installed. And then all the other options you have for like topography, if you wanted to change the topography, if you want to change the colors, if you want to change a bunch of other settings like that as well, that is going to be associated with the theme, which is Astra. I hope that helps you understand it a little bit better and helps you, differentiate the two. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back. We're going to click this X right here. And that's pretty much all you need to know about Astra. Now next you have post. So if you go to post and all post, this is where you're going to write and publish blog post. So there's one example of a blog post that honestly we don't need. It barely has any content on it. It comes with, the website that we installed. So we can actually go ahead and just click this and then we'll actually just delete it. We don't need this at all. And then we'll click apply. Okay, so whenever you write blog post, this is where you're going to do it. Now, again, with Content Pit, one of the great things about them is you can give them access to your WordPress. You can set up, an account that only has access to write blog post. They can't publish anything. They can't do anything else. But if you, paid them to write a blog post for you, if you have no background or experience in blog post writing, then it's going to help you out a lot because it's going to be formatted really well with all the right headings and everything. And then you can basically take that template. If you don't want to work with them ever again, you can take that design, the template that they, create for you and just duplicate it and then create your own blog post. It's really easy and I think it's worth your time. And again, I have a complete tutorial on Amazon affiliate marketing on my YouTube channel. And in that video, I create a blog post. I go through the process of pretty much creating the entire blog post from scratch. So if you want to get into blog post writing, then watch that Amazon affiliate marketing video after this one and you'll learn a lot about blog post writing. But anyway, the main thing I wanted to show you here is this is where you're going to write your blog post. You can save them as drafts, you can publish them, you can edit your blog post and republish them. You can create categories. So for example, if we come over here and, let's go to the Wall Street Journal and let's go right here. Okay, so on the Wall Street Journal, we have all of these different tabs. Now, if we come over here and we go to markets and finance and we come down to, let's say investing, this right here is a category. So all of these are categories, these topics, banking, currencies, investing. If you click on investing, then it's going to give us a bunch of articles related to investing. And this is an actual category that they set up. So coming back over here to WordPress. So if you want to create a category, essentially what it's going to do is help you have like a substructure for blog post. So someone can hover over, the blog tab on your menu, and then you're going to have drop downs for whatever type of category that you want to put blog post into. It's like a container basically. And again, in my Amazon affiliate marketing tutorial course, whatever you want to call it, I actually set up, I think 2 or 3 different categories in that video. So again, watch it if you want to learn how to do that. Next up, we have the media tab right here. Okay, so anytime you upload an image, whether you're uploading an image to put in a blog post, you're putting it on a page of your website, you're going to be able to see all of those different images right here in your library. So there's tons of different images. These are all used on the website. Here's the home page right here. You can actually see this image. And if there's any that you're not using anymore, you can, delete them and get rid of them. You can go ahead and upload your media files from here as well. Again, you don't have to upload your images here because when you're developing, a page or a blog post or whatever it is, you can upload images directly from those places. Okay, next up we have pages. Okay, so on pages, we can see all of the pages of our website. So we have the home page, the about page, the contact page, and the services page. And as you can see, all of these are Elementor pages, which is definitely what you want to see because we're using Elementor to build our website. So from here, you can basically come down to whatever page you want. You could do edit with Elementor, which I'll show you here really soon, and we'll go ahead and edit it. We can view the page, which is going to open our website, so we can view the home page. We can delete the page, which we definitely do not want to do, so make sure you don't click that. We can do a quick edit, and you can edit things like the title, the slug, the date, and other things like that as well. You can also change the status, so you can make it a draft where it's not going to be live on your website. So let's go ahead and do cancel there. And if you click edit, it's actually going to open it up in WordPress, so it would be basically like the block editor. We're not going to edit the homepage right now. We're going to do that with the Elementor very soon. So we don't need to click this button right here just yet. But anyway, I wanted to show you this. This is where you're going to find all the pages for your website if you want to quickly look at them here. If you install a template and for some reason it gives you a bunch of pages that you don't want on your website, then one way you can quickly get rid of those is you can come in here to pages, all pages, and then, let's say for instance, we, didn't want the services page here. We could select it right here. We can come up here to bulk actions, move to trash, and then if we click apply, it's actually going to move this web page to the trash and it's not going to be on our website. Now, that will remove the page. However, it's not going to remove the menu, which is going to be down here. Now, I'm going to show you that here in a moment. I'll show you how to modify the menu. So, for instance, if you delete a page, you need to remove it from the menu as well, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay, next up you have comments right here. And the main thing that's going to show up here is, again, when you start creating blog posts, then if someone leaves a comment on your blog post, it's going to show up right here. And then you can set it up to where you have to approve comments, which is what I recommend. And it's what I do on my personal website because, some comments are inappropriate and you really don't want those going onto your blog post. And then also you get spam comments sometimes if they're not filtered out properly. And you definitely don't want those on your blog post as well. So this is where you're going to manage all of your comments that, people leave on your blog post and things like that. And then you have Spectra right here. I'm not really going to dive too much into this. You can look at different things they have available for you, like different blocks and things like that as well. Okay, anyway, let's go back over here. We have Elementor. So from here, these are basically some, jumpstart quick settings, a way you can get to these things. I don't really come over here too much to look at Elementor. I do a lot of these things when I'm actually, designing pages. But again, you can get to these things really quickly from here. Okay, so next up we have templates. We're not going to really do anything with this in this video, so we'll just go ahead and skip over that. WPForms, we're going to set that up later when we build out the contact page. I'll show you how to use it. So we'll get into that later in the video. And then you have appearance. Again, this is another way you can see the themes you have installed. You can create different widgets. If you want to create like a widget for your website that could, be displayed on like a sidebar of a blog post. You can also see your menus here if you click on menus. Okay, so on menus, we can see the menu for our website right here. We're on the main menu, which is what you want to be on. If for some reason you have more than one menu here, like as you can see, I have another menu for some reason. If you're on a menu that doesn't show anything here, then see if you have another one. You should have this one right here that should be installed with your pre-built website template. So if you click the drop down and go to the main menu, you can click select right here. And that will make sure that you're looking at the right menu. So we're on the correct menu. You can see the homepage, about, services, and contact. Now, the cool thing here is we can actually modify the menu for our website. So let's go ahead and open the website. we'll come up here and right click and open in a new tab. And now let's go to the website. And here's the menu, the home, about, services, and contact right here. So we can change the layout of this. Let's go back over here to WordPress admin dashboard. And for example, let's say we want the services page to be second behind the home page. Now what we can simply do is select it and drag it right above. So now the services page is second. So let's go ahead and save the menu. Okay, it was saved. Let's go back to the website. And now let's refresh the website right here. Okay, and here we go. You can see that the services tab is now second. Now this could take a minute to update, so if you go to your website and it hasn't moved yet, you might have to give it a minute, you might have to refresh it again, and you might have to just go ahead and save your menu one more time. But eventually, if it's showing up here this way, it will eventually look that way on your website. It might just take a minute to update. Now, another thing you can do is you could also make a sub menu. So for example, let's say we want the contact page to be a sub menu of the about page. We can take the contact page and we can drag it in just like this right here. And now it's a sub item or sub menu. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay, now let's close out of our website and let's go ahead and come back up here and visit the site again, open it in a new tab. And there we go. Now you can see the contact page is a sub page of the about page. So that's how you would make a sub page right here. So let's go ahead and go back. And let's go ahead and just change this back to the way it's supposed to be. So we're going to go ahead and put services back where I had it. Now something else later in the video, which I'll show you how to do, is actually how to add a new page to your menu. So for example, let's say you build a new page, let's say it's a blog page. But the important thing to remember with the menu is if you add a new page, it's not going to automatically be here in your main menu. View all will show all of your pages. So for example, when we create a new page later, we will have a new page here. It might say blog. And if we want to add it to our menu, we have to select it like this. And then we would click add to menu and it will add that new page to our menu over here. And then we can drag it around and put it wherever we want. So I just want to mention that it's really important. If you build a new page, you have to add it to your menu. And then we can close out of the website and let's go view it one more time. And there we go. The menu is back to the way we originally had it. Sometimes you might have a caching problem where it takes a few times of saving it to get it to take effect. Then we have plugins. Again, we've went through all of this. You know how to, look in the plugin store. You know how to add a custom plugin, how to deactivate them. We already covered everything here. Okay, so as you can see here, we currently have one user account. Now, whenever you go through this step-by-step process and follow it, you will also have one user account right here. It's going to be the one that you signed up on Hostinger with. It's going to be that email account. In the future, if you ever, hire a developer to, develop some of your website, or in my case, what I've done is I actually use, again, that service called Content Pit. I actually use them to write blog posts for me. And they actually, create the blog post as a draft in my WordPress account. So what I had to do is basically create a new user for them and give them access to create drafts of blog posts in my account. Now, again, if you're interested in Content Pit, there's a link down below in the description that you can check out. But let me show you how to create a new user and explain some of the permissions as well, because it's really important to know. Okay, so let's come up here to add new user and click this button. Okay, so let's say I wanted to give Content Pit, access to create blog posts for me. So what we need to do is go down through here and just fill this information out. So for user, let's type in Content Pit. Okay, for email, you simply need to type in the email address of whoever you're giving access to. So I'm going to go ahead and just put an example in here. And let's go ahead and put, some example names in here. For website, I'm just going to skip this. You can see here, these fields are not required. The only required fields are username and email. Okay, for password, it needs to be something strong. I would recommend that you save this somewhere because you're going to have to send it to them, via like a secure link. That's what I personally do. What I do is I store my passwords in NordPass. I'll put a link down below in the description. Again, I have a complete tutorial on NordPass, but, I personally use it for my business when I, save passwords and, send passwords to contractors or, whoever's working for me. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave that as is. It looks good. But what I would personally do is just take this password, create a login in NordPass and save it there. Okay, next up, send the new user an email about their account. You definitely want this checked so they will get an email about this account that was created for them. Okay, and then we have roles. You can see down here, we have subscriber, contributor, author, editor, and administrator. Now, it's really important to know what each of these do. So let me go ahead and open up a new tab in my browser and I'll show you what you can look at for this. Okay, so in Google, let's go ahead and type in WordPress permission. I think this one would give us what we need here. Okay, so the link that I like the most is actually this one right here, this user roles, wordpress.com. And right here, you can see the list of user roles. Now, this is in order from least permissions to the highest permissions. So subscriber will give someone the least amount of access possible to your WordPress. Now, when I work with Content Pit, what I gave them is actually author permissions right here. You can see they can write, upload media, edit, and publish their own post. Now, what I thought of giving them first was contributor access because they can, create drafts, but they can't actually publish it. So they wouldn't have permission to click publish and go ahead and publish a blog post to my website. Now, the issue with that, the reason I didn't go with contributor and I went with author is even though they have permissions to publish, which I didn't really want them to, the reason I wanted them to have author access is because whenever they create blog posts for me, they actually get copyright-free images to put in the blog post. And without author, they wouldn't be able to upload any of those images. So it comes down to like whoever's working for you, if you trust them to have, access from like here up. And, they're a company that I've worked with a lot and I fully trust them. So that's why I went with the author, so they could be able to upload media. However, if you're working with someone new and you want to be more strict with your permissions, then these levels here are going to have the, least amount of permissions down here. So contributor, if someone's working for you and, creating blog posts, this one here is going to be like the least amount of permissions to give them. Okay, and then all we would need to do is click add new user and that's it, they have access. Okay, so on tools, there's not really anything I need to cover here with you. You can see there are some options here like site health, you can click on this. Okay, so this basically gives you an overall health status, site security health of your website. So you can see here it's saying that I have plugins that need to be updated, which I do now. So if you expand it, you can see it's saying, hey, you need to update these plugins. Automatic updates are disabled. That's fine. I'm not worried about this one. And now it's saying you need to remove inactive themes if you're not using them. Again, there were these other themes here. These were like auto installed. So we're only using Astra. So it's basically saying, hey, go ahead and remove those other themes because you're not using them. I'm not worried about these other two here, but we can come up here and actually do this one. That's fine. So let's click on this button. Okay, so this is the only theme we're using, and I'm never going to use these. They were saying go ahead and just, get rid of the themes you're not using. So let's click on theme details right here. And let's come down here and just go to delete. There we go. All right, just make sure you don't delete this one because, we really need it. Okay, so the rest of these are fine. Again, we have some more updates for plugins, so we could actually look at those again really quick. Okay, so now the Hostinger plugins have more updates. So let's go ahead and update these really quick. Again, I have a recent backup, so I can always revert back if I had an issue with anything here. Since these are the Hostinger like AI onboarding, these aren't affecting our theme or anything like that. Okay, we've already covered the all-in-one WordPress migration plugin that we use to take backups with. So we're good to go there. Next up, we have settings. So let's go ahead and click on settings. Okay, so next up, we have something very important. We need to create a site title and a tagline for our website. Okay, so the site title is essentially the name of your website, business, company, or whatever. You can see the site title right now is how to make a WordPress website.com. And we don't need the full website name in here. We just need the name of our, business, company, or whatever. And let's go ahead and go to Nike.com. And you can see up here at the top, here is Nike's site title and tagline. It looks like the site title is Nike, and then the tagline, just do it, Nike.com. So you could look at a number of different, websites for businesses, and you can see their site title and tagline up here at the top of the browser. Okay, so our site title is going to be WP website. So for the description, let's say, learn how to make a website. Okay, so that looks good to me. Let's go ahead and come down here and click save at the bottom. Okay, let's go check our website again. Let's just go right here and go to it. We can close out of this tab. And there we go. You can see up here our site title and tagline. So it's going to put a dash in between the two, just so you know. And if you're having trouble, coming up with a site title and tagline, what I would recommend doing is simply going to ChatGPT and, getting a bunch of inspiration and ideas from ChatGPT. And you can make this really simple. Let me go ahead and paste a prompt in here just to show you. Okay, so we can go ahead and press enter on this prompt here. And here we go. These are some great options. So I like this first one here, learn how to make a WP website. For the site title and tagline, we could do any of these really. Building websites made easy. I like that one here. This is something really simple. If you're having trouble coming up with a site title and tagline, just use ChatGPT or, some other AI tool to come up with ideas. It makes it so much easier for you. Okay, so next up we have the site icon. This is also called the favicon. And let me show you what that looks like. Actually, if you look up here at the top, you can see the favicon we have right now is this default globe icon. This is a default WordPress thing. If you look at Hostinger, our email, you can see the Hostinger favicon is their logo. And that's going to be the case for pretty much every business. You can see ChatGPT has their logo. If we come back over here and we go to Nike again, right here, you can see Nike's favicon is their Nike check logo right here. So basically what we're going to do in the next section of this video, which is coming up very soon, we're going to create a logo for our business, for our website. And I'm going to show you how you can use an AI tool to, create a logo for yourself. It's really easy to do. There's tons of great options out right now. You don't necessarily need to pay someone to create a logo for you, although you could definitely do that, using a freelance website like Upwork or someone else. There's tons of great freelancers who can create a logo for you. But if you would rather use like a free tool or something that's really cheap, I can show you an AI tool that I would personally recommend. And I've tried a bunch of them out, but there's one that stands out among all the others in my opinion, and we'll cover that very soon. Okay, so everything else on here, we're not going to change. You definitely do not want to change these. This is, going to cause major issues with your website if you change these. Again, down here at the bottom, if you're having issues with starter templates and you don't have the Elementor option when you go to choose a template, again, come over here to settings down to general and make sure this is unchecked right here. The only other one that is worth covering right now to tell you about would be permalinks right here. Okay, so if you're going to start creating blog posts, which, a lot of you probably will have a blog, I think is a great way to, get traffic to your website, to make money from ad revenue, affiliate marketing. You definitely want to take a look at the permalink structure. So the permalink structure is going to be the structure of your URL to your blog post. So you can see right here, we're using post name. So whenever we create a blog post, our URL is going to be our website name.com and then a / and then whatever the name of our blog post is. And this is actually what you want right here. So this did not used to be the default. Whenever I created my website, back in 2017, 2018. The permalink structure when I first started was, I believe, this right here. It was one of these two. It was either day and name or month and name. So the issue with this is that all of my blog posts had the year and the month in it. And it just looks horrible in a web browser when, you're looking at a blog post and the URL. And I actually created, a pretty big problem for myself because I switched it to post name so it would be more clean. But all of my blog posts in Google, those were already indexed by Google with this URL. And so, if your blog post gets indexed by Google and it shows up in search results, which is what you want, you want it to rank high, it's going to keep the same URL until it re-indexes your new structure. My blog posts were still ranking pretty high, but if you clicked on them in Google, it would take you to a 404 error page, cannot find this website, because that URL didn't exist anymore. So as a workaround, what I had to do is I had to install a plugin called PrettyLinks. I've talked about it, in my Amazon affiliate marketing video. But basically what PrettyLinks does is you can basically, take this URL here and say, hey, if someone tries to go to this URL, forward them to, redirect them to another URL. So I would just recommend coming down to permalinks and just making sure that it's, on post name. So it's going to look clean. And, I'll show you that plugin really quick in case you want to install it. So if you ever start doing affiliate marketing, you're going to have a ton of URLs, for all the different affiliates that, you join. And if you want to keep your links clean and make them all look like they're coming from the same domain, then you can install PrettyLinks and accomplish that. So here's some examples of what my affiliate links, would look like. We could do joshprincetech.com/northwest, joshprincetech.com/nordpass. You get the point. It's all going to look like it's coming from my domain, and I'm not going to have a bunch of random URLs, really long URLs from all these different companies. So if you come up here, we can type in PrettyLinks and we'll go ahead and search for that. And here you go. Perfect 5-star reviews, 300,000 plus installations. So let's go ahead and install it, even though we're not going to use it in this video, because I think it's something that can benefit a lot of you. So again, anytime you install a plugin, you're going to see it over here. Here's PrettyLinks. We can go to it. And if you wanted to create one, you could simply click this button here. So let's say that we're creating one for an affiliate program. We could simply type in affiliate, and we could do dash, and let's say Nike. I'm not an affiliate for Nike, but this is just an example. And for redirection, you want to select this one here, 301 permanent. Okay, so target URL. This is where you want the redirect to go. So, for example, let's say my URL, I wanted it to go here to nike.com/men. I could simply copy that, paste it in the target URL. And now, let's say we want our, pretty link to be our website name /Nike. We can go ahead and copy that. So first we need to click update to save it. Okay, there we go. Now, if we go to a new web browser, we'll paste that in. Now it looks like we're going to somewhere that's on our domain. How to make a WordPress website.com/Nike. Let's go ahead and press enter. And it's going to redirect to nike.com/men. Okay, so that is pretty much everything that you need to know about, the WordPress admin dashboard. We went through everything here. Lightspeed Cache is this one is just another plugin. You don't need to do anything with it right now. But, anytime you forget what one of these mean, you can simply come back to my video and just use the chapter times below, and you can easily go to whatever, section you're having an issue with or looking for. Okay, so now we're ready to move on to the next section of the video, the one you've been waiting for this whole time, and I'm sure you're excited to get started with, which is the WordPress website design. We're going to create a logo for our website, a site icon, favicon. We're going to go into Elementor. I'm going to show you how to modify, your home page, about page, contact page, I'll show you how to modify the header, footer, how to add a page to your website. I'll show you how to design a WordPress website, and it's going to be very beneficial for you. And I'll make it extremely easy for you to follow along with. And also, I'll make it really easy for you to learn as well. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Okay, so let's start off the WordPress website design section by creating a logo for our website and a site icon, which is also called a favicon. So in the WordPress admin dashboard, let's go up to the very top where it says WordPress website and right-click it and open it in a new tab. Okay, so here we are on the home page of our website, and this is a logo that we're actually going to change right here. This is the default logo that was included with my template, and we're going to swap this out with a logo that we're going to create ourselves using AI. Okay, so let's come up here to the top on Customize and go ahead and click this button. Okay, now from here, let's go down to Header Builder and click it. And now select Site Title and Logo right here. Okay, and we're going to be replacing this logo right here. Okay, let's come up to the top and open a new tab. You can search for this in Google, or you can come up to the very top up here, and we're going to type in logomakr.com, and let's go ahead and go there. Okay, here we go. I tested out a bunch of free logo makers, and this was basically the best one out of all of them. I tried Canva. They have a similar tool that we're going to be using on this website, but I felt like this one was a lot better and a lot easier to use as well, with a lot more customizations. So back in 2018, when I created the website for my business, so I'm currently in the process of redesigning my entire website, but I'll still be using the same logo, which is right here. Back in 2018, that was way before a lot of these, AI tools existed. I actually paid someone to create this for me, and if we come over here to Google, I believe it was 99 designs. I think this is it right here. Let's look at it. Yep, this looks like it. And this is basically a website where you can find a freelancer to create a logo for you. They can build a website for you, and they can do graphic design and all those different types of things. So back in 2018, I heard about them through someone, and I ended up using them to create my logo. Now, if I was going to pay someone today to create my logo, I would probably use Upwork instead. And I have a complete tutorial on how to find the best freelance talent on Upwork, and I just created that recently and it's on my channel. But anyway, in this video, we are going to create our own logo. And back on Logo Maker, we are going to click this button that says AI Logo Generator. Okay, now we need to simply type in our company name or business name. Whatever, you're creating a website for. If it's a blog website, you could simply type in the name of your website here. Just don't use like .com. You don't have to type in the website URL. You would just type in the name of it. So if I was creating a logo for my business, I would type that in right here like this. So I'm not creating this for my business because I already have one. So for the purpose of this tutorial, I need to create a logo that fits with the template. So I'm thinking something, some type of like earth, globe, mountains, something like that. So let's go back over here. So for the company name, I'm just going to type in earth right here because that's the name of my website template that I'm customizing. But for you, just go ahead and type in the name of your business, your website, whatever you're creating. Now let's go ahead and click generate. Okay, what does your business do? So you basically just need to type in what your business does. What's the purpose of your business? If I was filling this out for my business, Josh Burns Tech, I would type in something like, I do database administration freelance work for my clients, and I create content for my YouTube channel, which is focused on business tutorials, entrepreneurship, freelancing, and some personal finance content as well. I would type in something like that. I might trim off the end of it where I talk about what type of content I focus on, but you get the point. Just type in whatever your business does. Now, for the purpose of this tutorial and the template that I'm customizing as an example, I think we're going to enter something like this right here. I create travel content for a blog website. Since the template I'm customizing, I'm not redesigning it for my business or anything like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and click next. Okay, now we need to choose a tone for our image. So if I was creating this for my business, Josh Burns Tech, I would select either this option right here for high tech, or I would probably do modern, one of these two, probably this one. Now again, for the purpose of this video, I think adventure fits the template that I'm customizing the most. Go ahead and choose whatever tone you're trying to convey with your logo. So let's go ahead and click this one right here. Okay, if you already know what type of logo you want to create, and you can type it out in a couple of sentences telling Logo Maker what to design for you, then you would want to select this first button right here. Now, I've already done this in the past, which, we can go back and look at my history in a moment and see the different logos I've created. Now, if you don't have any idea what type of logo you want to create, there's nothing that you can type out that you just want Logo Maker to give you some ideas, then you can click this button right here, and Logo Maker will give you a bunch of different options. This one's pretty cool right here. Man holding a globe and smiling. Person with a camera taking a photo, which is also good. Now, I previously generated a logo that I think I'm going to use for this template, but I want to show you how you can generate logos as well. Now, if you have your own idea, you can click this button here, and then from here, you type in whatever type of logo you want. You can see it gives you an example right here of, how you can type something in. If you don't have any idea, we can go back, and we can click on this button right here, and now we can click on any of these. Let's go ahead and try this one. Okay, now we need to choose a design style. So I really like colored pencils, vintage, and line art. You can choose whichever one that you like, whatever you think is going to fit your website and logo the best. But for me, I think I'm going to go with colored pencils right here. Okay, now we need to choose a color scheme for our logo. So I would recommend making this fit really well with your website design. So if we come over to the website template, and whatever template you're currently using, you don't have to use the colors on it because I'm going to show you how you can change all the colors on your website very soon. But for me, I'm going to be using this template and the colors on it. I'm not going to change that. So I think either a green color or some type of blue would look best with this template. So let's come back over here to Logo Maker. So I think I'm going to go with this green color scheme right here, but this blue color scheme would also look really good as well. So let's come over here and select greens. And here we go. Now all we need to do is review everything that we've entered, and then we can generate an original logo. This will be a logo that no one has ever generated before. It will be unique and specific to you. So let's go ahead and click generate. Okay, now I'm not going to use any of these. If I was, it would be this one right here. I think it looks the best because it doesn't have the text. But I've already generated something that I like a lot better. Now, if you do like whatever logo you generate here, but you want to see different variations of it, you can simply click this button right here that says make a new design. And then you can click the button again and it's going to regenerate something else for you. Now, if you don't like the logo at all, which, I didn't want to use that one, you can simply come up here and change any of these things that we already entered. So we could come to the image prompt and click this button. And now we can delete this off. And we can type anything we want in here. So we could type in something like this, and this is actually what I used previously, and I'll show you that here in a moment. Okay, so here's what I typed in. Man with a backpack looking at a map with a mountain in the background. Now, this was one of the recommendations that Logo Maker gave me earlier when I was doing this before filming, and the only thing I added to it was this part here. It gave me this recommendation, man with a backpack looking at a map, similar to the globe one that we just tried out, but I added this part on right here. So let's go ahead and see what this gives me. Let's click next. And let's click generate. And here we go. Now, this one is pretty similar to what I created earlier, but the one I created earlier looks better in my opinion. So I think you have 10 different generations that you can do for free if you look at this right here. So you can go back through, change whatever you want, generate a new design, or if you like this one but want to see some different variations, then again, you can click make a new design and then regenerate from there. Now, if you liked a generation that you did previously, you can come up here to history and click this button. And here's all the logos that I generated. So I did these 3 earlier right here. And out of these 3, I really like this one the most. So we can click view. And whenever you find a logo that you want to use, you can simply click the logo right here and then click start a new design. Okay, now from here, let's go ahead and select our logo. And then come down here to the bottom right corner and click crop. And basically, you just want to make sure that your logo is filling this crop as much as possible. So you can see here, I can't make this any bigger or it's going to go off of the crop. But whenever you're done cropping your logo, all you need to do is click this button right here. And you can do a lot of other things here as well, like you can add text, you can curve text, you can add shapes, you can do a lot of other things, but I really like keeping the logo as it is right here, and I'm not going to add anything else to it. So let's come up here to the very top right and click save. And from here we have 2 options to save our logo. We can download the low resolution PNG file, which is completely for free. However, you can't use this commercially and you can't use it on print or anything else. So let's go ahead and open up this link in a new window so I can show you that. And here you go. It says for personal use only. You can only use this like on a personal website, maybe a blog, but you still have limitations even doing that. You cannot use it commercially at all. So if you're creating a logo for a product that you're going to be selling, if you're creating a logo for a t-shirt or something that you want to print out and then sell that as well, you can't do that with the low resolution free export. If you violate any of this, you could be fined $1,470. So it's really important that you take this seriously. Now let's go back over here to Logo Maker, close out of that. Now for the purpose of this video, I'm only creating the logo as an example for the template that I'm customizing. I'm not doing anything else with it other than using it in this tutorial as an example. So the low resolution PNG file is completely fine for me to use. This website will not be used for anything other than this tutorial. But if this logo is going to be used for your website and your business and you intend to make money from your website, then I strongly recommend that you click this button right here. Okay, from here you have 3 options to purchase your logo. I would definitely go with this one right here for one design. It's the basic one and it's only $29. If you need to design more logos or you want these additional features down here, then you could go with the Pro option. However, I think the basic option is going to be great for 99% of you. So you could go ahead and select it and then pay for it. And you get a high quality, high resolution logo that you can use for your website and it's only $29. And you also get legal ownership, which is the main reason to pay for it. But anyway, let's go back. And I'm going to use the email that I created earlier in Hostinger, and I recommend that you do that as well. So you can keep all of these different business things that you do tied to your business email. Okay, and all I need to do is accept the legal terms and then send file to email. Okay, so before we go download that, we need to create one more image. So let's go ahead and close out of this. And the logo that we're going to create now is going to be for the site icon, which is also called the favicon. And the favicon is this little logo up here at the top of your web page. So if we open my website, you can see my favicon or my site icon is simply my logo, the JB, and this is actually a T for Josh Burns Tech. You can see it right here and it's just solid white. Now I could improve this and make it a little bit better, but I think it looks good and you can make out that it's a JB. Now if we go to hostinger.com, you can see that Hostinger's site icon or favicon is their H logo right here, which you can also see over here in their logo on their website. So let's go back over here to Logo Maker. And as you can see here, if I compress my current logo down to a site icon this small, there's no way we will be able to make out what this is. It just won't look good being this small for the site icon. So we need to create something that's a little more simple, and we probably don't need this guy here. So let's come down here to AI Logo Generator and click this button. Now let's make a new design, and let's come up here to the prompt and change it. And again, we need to make this simple. So for the template that I'm customizing, let's type in a mountain. Now, if I was creating a site icon for my website, I would type in the letters JB and maybe use something else to make it like a unique design. Like use the letters JB in cursive and make a unique design out of them. But for this example here in this tutorial, we're just going to type in a mountain and click next. And let's go ahead and generate it. Okay, this one looks pretty good and I like it a lot. We would probably scale it in and crop it up a little more to make it, more clear in a site icon, but this one's pretty good. Let's come up here and go to my history. And here's a couple that I created in the past when testing this out. So we have 3 different options that are all pretty good. We have the one that we just generated, and we also have these 2 up here as well. So I kind of want to focus on just the mountain because we can scale it up and make it a lot bigger. I think this one is going to be hard to see because we won't really be able to include all of these trees, and it would be hard to see that in a site icon. So I think we need to go with one of these 2 right here, and I think the one I'll go with is this one. So let's go ahead and click on View. Now let's go ahead and select the logo and start a new design. Okay, so let's go ahead and crop it first. So we'll select it and then come down here and click crop. Okay, now we need to scale this down and make it square so it'll fit really well in this site icon border. Let's go ahead and take the crop down to 200 by 200. There we go. Now we need to fit our logo inside of the crop. So let's go ahead and click this button right here to apply the crop, and let's go ahead and scale the logo down to fit within it. And now I'm just going to extend it a little bit and just make it fit in here and be as large as possible. And let's go ahead and scale it up a little bit. Okay, that's where the peak is right at the top. And then we can kind of center it. And that looks good right there. So there we go. I think that's going to look fine for the site icon. So the key thing here is, you want to use something that is going to look good being very small, because as you can see, the favicon or site icon is very small. So for this tutorial, I think this is going to be fine. So once you're done, we can come up here and click Save again. And again, if you're creating this for your website that's going to be used for your business, then again, you need to go ahead and click this button right here and then pay the $29. You don't want to be in a situation where you might get fined. But again, for the purpose of this tutorial, I can go ahead and select this button right here. And we're going to send this one to my Hostinger email address as well. We're going to accept the terms and click Send File to Email. Okay, now we need to log in to my email account and download our logos. So let's close out of this tab, and then we'll go to Hostinger, but we'll change the URL to mail.hostinger.com. This is the web address that you can go to sign into your email. And here we go. Here are the emails that contain our logos. These are 2 that I did earlier, but I'm going to download these 2 right here. Now, earlier I did have an issue where the first email went to my junk folder. So if you can't find it in your inbox, go look at your junk folder and then basically click on the email and then mark it as not junk. It says junk here, but if it's in your junk folder, it's going to say not junk. So anyway, let's go ahead and click on the first email. Now let's scroll down over here and we are going to download free file. And there we go. Here's our logo. We can right click it and then save image as, and then save it anywhere on your computer. Okay, now let's go back to our email, and we're going to do the same thing for the site icon. So over here, we're going to go down here and download free file. Here's our site icon or favicon. So let's go ahead and save it as well. Okay, and now we can go back to our website. And from here, we can go ahead and remove the current logo right here by clicking remove. And there we go, it's gone. Now we need to select logo. Then we go to upload files, and then select files, and then go ahead, find the logo that you saved on your computer and select it. Here's my logo that I just uploaded, and you can see it over here as well. Now let's go down here to the bottom and click select. We don't need to crop it because we want to use the entire logo. So we're going to come down here and skip cropping. And there we go. I think that looks great. Now, if you don't like the size of it, you can change it right here on the logo width. So you can make it smaller. We can make it a lot larger. You can see the more you change that, you're going to be moving your menu around as well, because it's going to keep it in the center of your logo. So this is way too big. I really like where we just had it, which was around 96. So I'm going to go ahead and just type that back in here. And I think that looks really good. Okay, now we need to add our site icon or favicon and get rid of this default globe logo right here. So to do that, let's go ahead and scroll down to the bottom right here. And we're going to click on site icon. Okay, now let's go to select site icon. And we'll go to upload files, and then go ahead and find the site icon file on your computer and upload it. Okay, make sure it is selected right here, and we can go ahead and click select right here. And there we go. We can actually see over here, if you look at the right hand side, we can see what the site icon is going to look like in this preview window. So let's go ahead and come back down here and click skip cropping again. And there we go. I think that looks good, and it definitely looks like a mountain. But again, the key thing to remember here is whenever you make your site icon, it's going to be very small. So if you're designing this for your business, it would look really good if you had something like Hostinger's site icon or favicon, because you can clearly make out that is their logo. And the benefit of having a site icon is if someone has a ton of tabs open, which we do right now, we could open one more and open my website again. So the benefit of having a site icon is we can quickly identify what tab is related to our website. So if someone has our website open in a web browser and they have a ton of tabs open, they can quickly find our website here by just identifying the logo. And I bet a lot of you do that without even realizing it. When you have a lot of tabs open, you probably jump around to different tabs by simply looking at the site icon. I highly doubt that any of you ever look at the text. I know that I personally do that subconsciously. I don't even look at the title. I usually just look up here at the site icon and quickly identify, what tab goes to what website. So anyway, this is looking a lot better than the default WordPress globe icon that we had earlier. And the site icon will also show up in Google search results as well. So if we go to Google and, let's type in Upwork, you can see the site icon right here in Google search results by the name of the website. And if you scroll down, you can see this is their new logo. They changed the color scheme for some reason. Don't ask me, but you get the point. Here's Twitter or X. You can see their logo. So it's going to show up in a few different places, so it is important that you create a site icon. Now we need to click publish so that we save our logo, and we also save the site icon. We need to make sure that those are saved. So let's go ahead and click publish, and we can exit out of here. And there we go. Now you know how to create a logo for your website, you know how to upload it, and you know how to create a site icon or a favicon as well. Now, if for some reason you had too much space at the top above your logo, you could actually change that as well. So if we go back to customize, and now we go back to header builder, and now from here we can go down to the bottom and click the gear icon beside of site title and logo. And now we can click on design. And here we go. Now we can change the padding to adjust the spacing. So the default for each of these, if they're blank, is going to be 0. And you can see they're linked as well. So if I type in anything in here, like 5, it's going to be linked and do 5 for padding all around. So let's go ahead and Control Z to change that back. And let's unlink it. Now, if we needed to add some more space here at the top, we could simply click in the top, and then let's type in 5 again. And you can see it added padding right here to the top. So let's go ahead and do Control Z on our keyboard a few times to go back. And there we go. Now we're back to the default values of 0, and they're all linked as well. And that looks good. I don't need to add more spacing or remove spacing here. So we didn't make any changes, so we can just go back by clicking the X. And yes, we will not be losing any changes. And there you go. Now you know how to use AI to create a logo and a site icon for your website. It's so easy to do, and it's only going to get better as AI continues to improve. Okay, so in the next part of the WordPress website design section, we are going to start customizing the homepage. This is something that a lot of you have probably been waiting for. Now, before we do that, let's go ahead and take another backup of our website. Now, whenever we start modifying the homepage and other sections of the website in Elementor, we can actually use something called history and revisions, and we can actually go through that and undo changes. So there is a way to back out your changes if you mess up or, make a mistake. But, I like to have a backup as well. There's nothing wrong with having too many backups. That's a good problem to have. Whenever you don't have enough backups, that's when you can run into some serious issues. So let's go back to the WordPress admin dashboard over here. Okay, now let's go down to all-in-one WordPress migration, and let's go to export. And let's go through the same process that we did earlier. We're going to export to a file. And now we'll go ahead and download it and save it to our computer. Okay, now it's done downloading. We can close it. And if we click on the backups tab right here, you can see we have a new backup. And here it is as well 1 minute ago. So now if we make a mistake or do something wrong, we can always restore this backup to the beginning before we started modifying anything on the homepage. Okay, so let's go back to the website over here in WordPress. And let's get started. Let's go ahead and click on Customize right here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is modify the theme styles for the Astra theme. I'm going to show you how to change the font and colors across your entire website. These are global settings, so whenever you modify these and change them, they're going to be applied across your entire website. Okay, so we need to click right here where it says global. We can go ahead and close out of this right now. Okay, let's take a look at the fonts or typography right here. And as you can see, there's a bunch of presets that we currently have to choose from. And if you click on these, it's going to change the heading and the body font family. And it will look similar to the ones that you're seeing right here. So let's go ahead and come down here to where we have base font. Now, if we click on the heading font right here, click the edit button, you can see the font family that we're currently using. And now headings are going to be the large text over here. So this right here is a heading where it says Earth. You can see we're currently using the font family Jost. This is a part of the template that Tyler Moore created, and I think it looks really good. We'll probably stick with it, but let me show you how to change it. Now, if we click the drop down, you have tons and tons of options to choose from. For example, we can scroll down and, maybe look for one that we want to try out here. Here's one that's pretty popular, Montserrat. So let's go ahead and click on it. And as you can see, both headings changed right here. And then you can also change the weight. We're currently on medium 500, which I'll probably go back to. But for example, we could go to semi-bold. That looks a lot better. And then you have bold here as well. I really like the way that semi-bold looked. I think that looks really good. But anyway, you have tons and tons of options to choose from. So I think we'll probably go ahead and set it back to Jost. Let me see what that looked like again. Yeah, I think that looks the best. I really did like Montserrat though, so that's a pretty tough decision between those two. But we'll go ahead and leave it as it is right here. And from right here, you can also modify the spacing as well. I'm definitely going to leave this as default because I think it looks really good. But you can see here, you can modify the spacing from top to bottom and left to right if you just play around with these values. It will change the spacing between these headings. So this is the global heading font here. This is for all headings. If you want to change the font or typography for every single heading on your website, this is where you're going to do it. Now, as you can see here, you can also individually modify the different types of headings. So we have H1 font, H2, all the way to H6. H1 is going to be your largest heading. So this is going to be an H1 heading right here. This is probably going to be an H2 heading. Now, the way you can, determine that on this template is we can click edit. You can see here that we are inheriting the font or typography, which means that it is inheriting it from the global setting up here across all headings. The size is 87 and the spacing between is 1.4. So for example, we could come up here to inherit on font family, and then we can come down here and change this to something else. For example, let's go ahead and just select Arial. And you can see the font changed right here on H1. It didn't affect the other heading here, which is probably an H2. It only affected the H1 heading. Now let's go ahead and change this back to inherit because I want to leave it as the same global heading. And now, for example, you could come down to H2 and click edit. And if we change this, it should change this heading right here. So let's come down here and let's go ahead and select times. And there you go. You could see the H2 heading changed, but the H1 heading didn't. Let's go ahead and switch this back. So this is really good for you to know. If you want to modify all H1 headings and not affect any other heading, H2, H3, then you can do that right here. And if you have no idea what headings are, essentially H1 is going to be your largest heading, and then H6 will be your smallest heading. Okay, and now you can also change the body font or paragraph font. So if we click on the edit option right here, let's first go ahead and scroll down to where we see some body text. So here we go. This is going to be body text right here. So for example, we could change the font family from Roboto to something else. So let's go ahead and find something else to change it to. Here we go. Let's do this one right here. I've used this one before in the past. So if we change this here, it should change the body text right here. There you go. You can see it only affected the body text right here. We could also increase the size. So 17 is a pretty good size. I usually recommend body text anywhere from, probably 15 at a minimum to about 20 pixels. So on my blog website, if we go look at that really quick, and we go to my blog, and let's go ahead and click on the top one here. Now, if we scroll down, right here, all of this text is size 20. Now, the way we can look at that is you can actually just go ahead and highlight this here. We can go here and go to inspect by right-clicking. And over here, we can start looking at the styles that I used for this blog post. And you can do this on any website in the world. All you have to do in Google Chrome is open a web page, highlight some text, and go right-click it, and then go to inspect. And you may have to play around with it. It may be hard to find. Like we can see here, if you highlight over some of these things here, you can see my margin, which is going to be the space between these two here, is 20 pixels. So this is a way you can get inspiration from other websites. If you really like the spacing, on my website between paragraphs, you can inspect it and then identify what margin that I used. Now, sometimes finding the font size is a little bit more difficult. You basically have to scroll down through here and look for font sizes. So let's keep going down through here. Okay, here we go right here. Font size. So if you just highlight over this right here, you can see that my font size is actually 18 pixels. I thought it was 20, but I used 18, which you can see right here by highlighting over this font size on the body typography. That's a good way you can find the font size of a web page. So when you're getting inspiration, which I definitely recommend from popular websites or websites that you really like a lot, that's how you can identify what font sizes they're using and everything else. So let's go ahead and go back over here. And you can see that we're using 17 as the body, so I think that looks good. Now, if you wanted to change it, like, let's say you wanted to make it 18, like my blog post, you can simply change it right here. And there we go. Now we're using 18 for the body font size across the entire website. Now let's go ahead and just revert that back to 17, and we'll leave it there. You can also change the global spacing right here. Now, if we modify this, it's going to change the line height in the body paragraph. So watch right here whenever we change this. So let's go ahead and increase it. And there you go. You can see it's changing the spacing in between. Now that looks horrible, obviously. So let's go ahead and change this back. I believe it was 1.4, if I remember correctly. Okay, so it was actually 1.7, and I knew it looked a little too close together. So for example, you can't really do Control Z here. Like if I go ahead and change this, if I do Control Z on my keyboard, it doesn't go back. And you can see this undo option here doesn't do anything to the line spacing as well. So the way to basically revert that change, because you can see here there's not really a way to revert that. It doesn't go back to the original value. So if you forget it, make sure you don't hit publish. What we can do is just exit out of the customization right here. We don't want to save changes. And now we can just go right back into it. And now we can go back to global, typography, body font. And there we go. We're back to 1.7, and that looks a lot better. And that's how you can modify the body typography across your entire website. So I want to go ahead and keep the same fonts and typographies across this entire website that came with the template because I think they look really good. And I don't want to modify those. Okay, so now let's go back right here. And let's go ahead and take a look at the global colors for our website by clicking colors. So you have a few different options for the global palette, and you can see we're using style 1 right here. And that's the one that I like the most. Now, for example, if you want to change it, maybe you like this one the most or style 3, you can simply click one of these and you'll see the colors change over here. Watch the button and the text. So let's go ahead and try style 2. You can see the button change to a blue color, which also looks good and looks really good with this image. This color changed here, which I don't think looks as good, but you can also try style 3. And it looks like it is going to be the same as style 2. So let's go back to style 1. I think that looks the best out of the global palettes. You can also play around with these different colors here as well. Like for example, if you want to change color 1, which this is going to be color 1 as you can see here, you can click in here. Here's the current hex color that we're using right here. If you want to change this, you can simply drag it around. And you can see the color change over here. So you can go with a really bright one. We could also change it here. We could go back. We can also drag this around and change it to any other color. And as you can see here, we completely change the color. Now, I like the green color we had selected. So let's go ahead and just reset it. We can click this button here and go back to the original color. And again, you can play around with each one of these. You basically just have to click on them and see what changes. Now you can see earth over here is definitely this color. So if we click in here and change this, then it's going to change the earth color right here. So let's go ahead and reset it because I like these colors. So that's how you can modify the global palette and also change the individual colors within the palette. So you can see color 1 is going to be that color in the palette, color 2 is that one, etc. You can also change the theme colors for accents, links, headings, body text, and borders right here as well. Like if we hover over this button, you can see the color changes. If we hover over one of the different tabs in our navigation, you can see it changes here as well. So whenever you change the theme color for links, it's going to change the hover color whenever you hover over a link. And you can see that right here where it says hover. You can also change the global colors for your headings, which are going to be these. We can also change the borders here as well, and the body text, which is going to be the paragraphs. Now again, I really like all of these colors and I don't want to change them. Now, whenever we start designing the web pages in Elementor, which we're going to be doing very soon, you can also individually change each color from there. So these are going to be global settings that we're looking at here for the theme. And it's really important that you know how to change global settings in case you want to change the fonts or colors across your entire website. But in Elementor, we can select each section and we can modify the colors for specific things. So we could have this as one color, this is one color, this is one color. We can fully customize everything in Elementor. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the global topography and colors that I wanted to show you. So now let's go ahead and edit the home page with Elementor. Now we didn't change anything here because I really like these colors and the fonts, so we don't want to publish this and save changes. What we want to do is click the X, and we do not want to save changes, so we'll click OK. Okay, so now let's come up here to the top and click Edit with Elementor. Okay, here we go. Now we are editing the website with Elementor. I'm going to show you how to do everything. Elementor is amazing because it's going to make everything you do so much simpler. Okay, so the first thing you're probably noticing is that you can't see the logo and menu and anything up here. And that's because, this window is compressed because we're editing with Elementor and everything is compressed into this window. Now, if you want to be able to see your menu, what you can do is simply close all the options over here by clicking this arrow. And now we can see the logo and we can see the full website right here to make sure that everything looks good. So let's go ahead and open up the options again right here. Okay, so the first thing I want to show you is the site structure. So you're going to have these options right here. This one is the Elementor logo. If you click on it, you're going to have some options. The next one right here, you can add an element. We'll get into that in a moment. Next up, we have site settings. I'll show you these as well. But here's what I want to show you right now, which is the structure. So let's go ahead and click on it, and it's going to open up a window over here. Now, as you can see, the home page has 1, 2, 3, 4 different containers. Now, a container in Elementor is going to be this purple box right here, and there's a few options in it. There's a plus sign where you can add a new container. You can edit this container by clicking the 6 dots, and you can also delete the container here. Now, if we scroll down through the home page, you're going to see a container here. So this is the second container, which you can see in the structure. We can expand it. And there's some sub-containers in here. So it's going to be these items here. So if you expand it, you can see image, heading, text, and this is the image, heading, and text. And those are all within this container right here. And then if we scroll down further, here's the next container. If we expand it, there's 2 containers in here, which you can see right here and here. And if you expand one of them, we have a heading and text editor. Here's the heading and here's the text editor. And now there's so many different ways that we can move containers around. You can actually click on a container and drag it. So if we want to drag it up, we could put it above the About Us section, drop it, and there we go. We just moved it up. So if you want to revert that, which I do right now, we can click in here and then do a Control-Z. If you're on Windows, if you're on Mac, it's going to be Command-Z, but let's do a Control-Z. And there we go, we moved it back. So another way you can do this as well is you have the structure over here, which we opened from this icon. Now this is going to be this bottom container. If we click on it, you can see it just highlighted. It opened up the container controls. Now we can also move this container and this section up the home page by clicking on the container here and then dragging it up. And we're going to drag it up 1 and drop it. And now if we scroll up, here's the talk to us section that just got moved up. So let's again do a Control Z. And we have it moved back to the bottom. So I want to show you the structure really quick, just to show you how easy it is to move things around. And also, it's important that you know what a container is in Elementor. And again, we can click on each container and it's going to take us to that section of the page. So this can be really useful when you're moving different sections around. Again, you can drag these as well. So there's two different ways you can do that. Now, if you don't want this open over here anymore, which, I don't need it open right now, we can simply just click the X here. And now it's hidden. And you can reopen it anytime by clicking that icon. Okay, so we also have this option here, which is site settings. And if we click on that, it's going to open a bunch of site settings. And these are going to be very similar to what we modified in WordPress when we went to our website. We went to WordPress and then we went to customize. When I showed you the global colors, the palettes, how to change global fonts, typography, these are basically the same settings. You can just access them here in Elementor instead of going through WordPress and customize. It's just another way to get to these. So the site identity, here's our site logo, the site name, description. These are things that we all edited in WordPress earlier. You can do those here as well. And then add element, I'll show you that here in a moment. So up here, we also have some other controls. We have this drop down, which is going to show all the pages of our website. So if we want to modify a different page, like the About page, we can click on it. Okay, and now from here, we're on the About page and we can start modifying the About page. So if you want to modify or change a different page on your website, you can use the navigation right here to go to a different page. So let's go ahead and go back to the home page. And from page settings, we can change a bunch of things. We can change the title. We can change it from home to something different. We can make it a draft if we don't want it published on our website anymore. We can set a featured image for it. And we have some other options as well, like style, margin, padding, and things like that. And then these options here for desktop, tablet, and mobile, this is how you can design your website for, how it's going to look on different devices. And we'll get to that very soon because I'll show you how to make sure the website looks good on a smartphone. And then over here, we have this option. We'll basically tell you some, new things about Elementor and like news related items. We can search for things. We can get help and preview changes. This is a very important one right here. So this is going to be very similar to back in WordPress whenever we click on our website and we go to visit website, where you can view pending changes basically before you publish and make them live on your website. Whenever you're editing things in Elementor, like for example, let's say we want to change this title here, this H1 heading. Let's go ahead and change it to Earth 2025. Okay, so now let's come up here to the top and you can see now we can publish it to make the changes, but we don't want to do that. We actually want to make sure this looks good first before we publish it and make it live on our website. So let's come up here to this eye icon and we're going to click this button that says Preview Changes. That's going to open our website in a new window. And now we can see the change here. We can see Earth 2025. Here's the new text that we added. And everything else looks good. Our website looks exactly the way that it should look. Okay, so now we can go back over here to Elementor. And after you verified that whatever change or update that you made looks good, you can click Publish, and this will make it live on your website. This is going to modify your live website. So let's go ahead and click Publish. Okay, so it did refresh over here, but just to make sure, we can come over here to our website. And let's go ahead and delete off this preview here. This is going to basically take it outside of the WordPress admin dashboard. So we're going to be looking at the live website. And there we go. It looks great. Now, another way you can do that, you can see we still have all the controls here. If you want to look at the live website, you can simply open your website in a different browser, or you can sign out of WordPress right here, and then you'll be seeing it exactly how a user would. You basically just won't have this bar right here that gives you all the options for Hostinger, Elementor, WordPress, everything like that. So let's go back over here. Okay, so now you know how to modify an H1 heading, and you can do it in two places. You can change it here on the web page, or what's probably better, and what I should have showed you how to do, is modify it over here in the Elementor controls. So this is actually where I would recommend updating it at. So you could simply come over here and say we want to get rid of that. We can simply delete it off, but we'll go ahead and leave it on there for now. And you also have some other options here as well. We can see that it's an H1 heading. You can also set a link for it. So, for instance, if we want this text to link somewhere else on our website, we have these options here. We could paste a URL in here. So we could have this link to like another page on our website, maybe the services page or contact page. We could simply type that in right here. And I'll show you an example of how to link to a different page on your website or any other website in a moment when I show you this button right here. So we also have the style. We can change the alignment here. We definitely want it centered. You can also see we're modifying it on desktop right now. Again, I'll show you how to do everything for mobile. We can change the typography. So if we click this little edit icon here, so we're currently using the global settings that we modified earlier in WordPress, but you can individually change each one of these as well. So for this text here, let's say we want it to be bigger than 80. We can simply drag this here and make it larger. Or you can make it smaller, whatever you want. Let's go ahead and put it back to 80. We can change the font family. You can see here right now it's default, so it's inheriting from the global settings. I definitely want to keep that, but if you wanted a different font for the text here on the start of your website, you could change it. And you can change all the other typography settings as well for this H1 heading here, like the line height, the spacing, everything else. You can also change the text stroke. If we want to put a shadow behind it, we could come down here. You can see right now there's some blur on it. If we want to increase that, we can drag it all the way here, and you can see it's kind of darker now around the text. So let's go ahead and set this back to where it was. It was on 10. We also have the blend mode. You can change how it blends. We could come down here and go to like hue. That made it disappear. And you can see it's kind of just changing how it's blending in with the background. We want to keep this on normal. And now for text color, you can see we are inheriting it from the global settings that we set earlier. But again, if you want to change the text color, you can simply do that right here. We could drag this around to anything we want. We can make it a blue color to make it, look more similar to the mountains. You can click this eyedropper here. And now if we want it to be a really similar color to this part of the mountain, we can click on it right here. And then we can look at different colors, and there we go. Now this one right here looks very much like the mountain, and you could see I selected it and it changed the color. Okay, so I went ahead and changed it back to the global color, and I did that by coming here to custom. And then I just came down here to this theme alternate brand, and that's the color that we were using before. So I went ahead and set it back to the theme color by simply coming over here and then going down to the previous hex code that we had set before. So we're going to leave it like that. We also have advanced, and this is how you could change the margin, the padding, and things like that as well. Elementor has so many different controls, you can literally change anything you want on your web page. Okay, so this is simply an H2 heading. It's going to have the same settings as the H1 heading. It's just going to be an H2 instead of an H1, which is a little bit smaller, as you can see right here. But again, you can modify whatever you want. You can change the text, you can change the color, you can change everything. So what I want to show you next is this button here. So this button is a part of the template that we're using that Tyler Moore created. You can also add buttons to your website by simply clicking on Add Element. And on Add Element, you can see we have a ton of different things that we can add. We can add a container, which again we have here. We can add a grid. There's a bunch of other things. Here's a text heading, like the headings here. We can add an image, a video. There are so many different things, and I'll actually show you how to add some of these as well. And here's button. So that's what we're looking at right here. If you wanted to create your own button, you can simply drag it over. and we'll just drop it right here for an example. So here we go, we have another button and we can modify it just like this one. So we can click on the button here. Here's our text, which is click here. We could change this to anything. We could change it to the same thing as our other button. So now it's set to explore. We have a type, which is default. You can actually change this. It's going to change the color, is what it looks like here, based on whatever you select. So red is danger. Let's go back to default. Again, we can link it somewhere on our website. I'll show you how to do this. We can add an icon for it, so you can upload your own, or you can go to the icon library. And we have a bunch of different icons that can be added to the button. So for example, let's go ahead and simply click on one of these. Let's click on this eye here and do insert. And now we have an icon inside of our button beside of the text. And you can change the positioning, you can change the spacing on the icon, whatever you want here. So let's go ahead and click on style. So positioning, we definitely don't want it all the way over here on the left side of our page. It doesn't look good. Let's go ahead and center it like the other button. Okay, now it's centered. Again, we can change the font to whatever we want. Right now it's inheriting it as from the global settings. We'll leave it that way. We can change the background type to whatever we want. We can change the color again. And then we also have the border radius right here. So let's say we want the button to be more rounded on the edges. We can keep these linked together and we can simply increase this. So let's go ahead and increase it. You can see now it's getting more round. So let's go ahead and decrease it some. And I think that looks really good right there. Let's keep it right there on 7. Now the padding, that's going to make this look very small. And to give you an example, we can start increasing it. You can see it got very small. And you would have to just keep increasing it to get it to whatever size that you wanted to go back to. I'm going to go ahead and just do a Control-Z and get it back to the original values. We can also change the hover right here. So if we hover over it now, you can see the color changes to this darker color. And we can change this color to whatever we want. So we can come over here and we can go down to color right here. And then we can click in here and we can change this to something else. So instead of it going to this darker color, let's say we want the hover color to be, this blue color right here. We can simply change that. And then if we come over here now, the hover color is going to change to blue when we put our mouse over it. So we'll leave this as it is for now. But again, you can change the hover color to anything you want. You can also do animations. Like, for example, we could change it to grow. Now, if we hover over it, it's going to get bigger, as you can see right here. We could change it to something else. We can change it to pulse, and it's going to pulse. Now, the only thing to be careful about with animations is some of them will make your web pages a little bit slower. So you kind of have to play around with them, see which ones you like, and just make sure it doesn't slow your web page down. But I think I'll go ahead and leave it on grow. I kind of like that. So let's go back to normal. And then up here at the top, you also have advanced settings. Again, you can change whatever you want here. We can change margin, padding. So for example, we can increase the padding right here. And that's going to add some more space between the H2 heading and our button. So we could go ahead and, just expand that as much as we want. And as you can see here, it's going to increase the padding all around the button because it's linked. So if you didn't want to increase the padding on the bottom, you could simply unlink them, and then you could increase the top, and it's only going to increase the top, and it's not going to push things out further on the bottom. Okay, so we can click off of that, and you can see now we have a new button here. So we'll go ahead and leave this one since we just created it. And to remove this one, because we don't need 2 buttons here, we can simply click on it. You can do this for anything in Elementor. Whatever you want to delete, make sure it's highlighted here, like this one is. Right click it, and we're going to go down here to delete. You can also do some other things as well. Like, if you wanted to create this same button, you could simply right click and duplicate it, and it's going to create another one. So we can click on that. And now we have the same button here duplicated. So let's go ahead and delete this button right here. And we're also going to remove this button here as well by going to delete. And there we go. we have our new button and we got rid of the previous one. Okay, so let's say we want this Explore button to link over here to the services page. How do we do that? We need to click the button. So we can come over here to link, and the main way you can do this is simply you can type in the URL to whatever page you're trying to get to. So if we go to the services page over here on our website, we could simply copy this entire URL and then paste it in here. And then after we preview changes, we'll be able to go to the services page from here. Now, another trick you can do is we can simply type this in right here. So if you're linking to a page on your own website, you can simply type in a / and then do the page name. Now to do this right here successfully, the URL needs to be yourwebsite.com / and then whatever name you put in here. So if we come over here, we can see here's my website name.com and then / services. So whenever we save this, it's going to work. So let's come up here to the top and let's go ahead and preview changes like I showed you earlier. We can close this one. Okay, here's our new button. Everything looks good. It's working the way we want it. Now let's go ahead and click on it. And there we go. It took us to our services page. So that's how you can create a button in WordPress, modify everything about it, and then link it somewhere else on your website. Now, for example, if you wanted this to maybe link somewhere else, like, sometimes in blog posts, what I will do is we can come over here to my website. Let's go to my blog. Let's go to my latest post. And if we scroll down here, you can see there's different links that are going other places. Now, if we click on this link here, it's going to take you to a completely different website where, someone can sign up and use my discount code, which is my referral code, to save some money when signing up for Collective. So if we come back over here to Elementor, now what I did over there is I simply, clicked in, for example, like a paragraph right here. Then you can highlight whatever text you want. Like let's say we want to highlight small businesses. And then we can click this option right here that says link. And then I typed in the URL to where I wanted that link to go. So I'll show you how to do that again here in a bit, but that's how you can link a specific portion of text to go somewhere else as well. Okay, so next I want to show you how to change the background image. So depending on whatever, template that you choose, if you choose this template, if you, selected a different template that works better for your business and the website that you're creating, whatever background images they may have, you probably want to change those. Like you might want to use the same background image if the template is specifically designed for your business. But in this case, if you were using this template, you probably don't need a background image with some mountains and things like that as well. So how do you change this? We can simply come up here to the container at the top. We can click on Edit Container by clicking the 6 dots. And now we have a bunch of options over here about this container. You can see this container is a flex box. You could also change it to a grid. You have the width, and you could change all these settings here as well. Now, what we want to do here is click on Style. And now you can see the background image that we're using right here. This background image is a part of this pre-built website template that we installed. So this image here is automatically uploaded to your media library in WordPress. And you can see down here we're using a display size of cover, so it's covering this entire background. So to change the image, we can click on Choose Image. And now it's going to take us to our media library, and here's all the current images that we've uploaded. You can see over here, here's my site logo, and here's my favicon as well. So Hostinger does have some built-in images here. These are going to be really basic and probably, you're not going to find what you want here. I've looked through these before and I've never actually used any of them myself. If you find one in here and you search for it, you can definitely use these. These are copyright free. However, there's a couple of other websites that are going to be way better for you, and these are what I use whenever I'm, writing blog posts or modifying any other web pages and I need some copyright free images that I can use anywhere I want. So let's come up here to the top and let's go to Google. Okay, so the first one I want to show you is going to be called Unsplash. And here it is right here. Beautiful free images and pictures. This is my favorite place to find copyright-free images for my website. So you can search for anything you want right here. So for example, let's say we're building a website for a business. We could simply search for whatever image we want here. Or we can come down here, let's go ahead and click on this one. And now it's going to give us a bunch of copyright-free images that are related to businesses. So let's come up here to the top. And as you can see here, there's going to be different resolutions. Now, obviously, if we go to our website, we need something that is a landscape and not portrait. So, a portrait layout like this one here is not going to work and look good on our website. We need something that looks more like this right here. So we can scroll down through here and maybe find something that we want to use just to, so I can show you something as an example. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this here. Maybe we have a farming business and we want to, customize our website around a farm. We can come over here. You could actually favorite it if you create an account and log in, which is what I would recommend. So you can go down through here, find a bunch of different images, and then save them all to a list. Okay, so let's say that we want to download this image. Now, instead of clicking this here, this is going to download the full resolution. And we don't want that because we want a smaller file size that, isn't going to slow our website down. Whenever you upload very large images to your website, it can slow down your pages and, negatively affect performance. So we need to open the image by clicking on it. Now, if we come up here and click this arrow, we have different download options. So you can see the original file size is massive. We don't want to download that. I would recommend trying medium first and see how it looks. If you need to download large, you can do that, but we're going to try medium. Okay, so it's downloaded. Now we can go back to the website over here. We can go to upload files. Now I'm going to click select files and then find that image on my computer. Okay, so now the image is uploaded. Now, before I insert this, I can't remember which one of these was selected before. So what I'm going to do is simply exit off of this real quick. Okay, and now I'm going to click on choose image. If, I want to come back in here and change it back, I now know which image was being used before. So let's come up here and click on the new image. And let's come down here and select it. Okay, so as you can see, it's not showing up here for some reason. Let's go ahead and click this arrow. Okay, it's still not showing up. And that's because we have cover selected here. Like if I change cover to something else like default, now we can see the image. You can see these white bars on both sides. So let's go ahead and change this back over here to cover. And now let's go look at it. And there we go. So, if you select a new background image and you can't see it initially, I would recommend changing the display size, change it to something else, and then change it back to cover. And then you should be able to see it. Now, another thing I could have done is I could have came up here after, setting it. If this was still blank, I could click on preview changes. And then I would be able to see it here as well. So there we go. That looks great. Obviously I would have to come in here and change everything else around because now the text for our H1 heading is blending in with the background too much. I would want to change this to maybe like a white color, maybe, this color of the tractor, some other color that doesn't blend in with the background. And then I would probably change the button color as well and also move the button up, maybe like right here. So it's like more centered, within this background. But that's how easy it is to change a background image. It's really easy to do in Elementor. So let's go ahead and change this image back to what I had it before. I'm going to go to choose image. And then I'm going to come down here and simply change it back. There we go. Okay, so another thing I want to show you here with this container, if we go to edit container, and then over here on the left-hand side, we go to layout. Now, what if we want this background image here to not take up the full screen whenever someone comes to our website? Like, what if we want to bring it up a little bit? So let me show you what I mean by that first. Let's go to preview changes. So as you can see, the background image currently takes up the entire screen when you first load the website, which is what I personally like the most. I think it looks the best. However, what if we want this to be smaller? Let's go back to Elementor. And now we have an option here that says min height. So if you grab this and drag it down, you can see the height now is changing for the background image. So maybe we want it to be about right here. We can set it to 81, and now it doesn't take up the full screen. Now we could reduce it even more, like here for instance. It would look better if we just move the text up a little bit to make it even here. Now we can also close this, and now we can see what the full website is going to look like. So that's a really easy way that you can modify the height of any container on your website. Simply go to Edit Container and then drag the min height button around. So let's go ahead and put it back to 100 because again, I think this looks the best. And again, regarding copyright-free images, I definitely like Unsplash the most. This is where I get most of my images from. And if you click on an image, you can also scroll down and see related images. So, maybe I wanted a different type of image of a farm and a tractor. You can go through and look at them here. You could also click on a different tag, like we'll click on farming instead this time. And now it's going to give us a bunch of other pictures that are related to farming. And there's tons of options. Now, the other websites that I recommend, which I told you about earlier, the first one is called Pexels. So let's go ahead and search for that. Pexels. Here it is right here. And this is another website where you can download copyright-free images and even some videos as well. So let's go ahead and search for farming. And here's a bunch of other images that I could have used for that background photo. There's tons of options. It's really important that you use a website like this that has copyright-free images like Pexels or Unsplash. Another one is called Pixabay right here. You can see it's being recommended. Here's another one. It's really important that you use a website like these here because all of these images are copyright-free, which means if you put these images on your website, then you don't have to worry about getting sued for using an image that, isn't copyright free. You don't want to be in that type of situation. So I would recommend writing these down or, saving this video you're watching right now. Go ahead and bookmark it, save it somewhere, save it to a, playlist in your YouTube playlist, just so you can come back and reference it. Okay, so let's go back over here to Elementor and let's close these other tabs. And there's another website I wanted to mention to you, which is called iloveimg.com. So this website has a bunch of free tools. You can compress images to make the file size smaller, which is definitely important for performance on a WordPress website. You can compress the image before you upload it into WordPress or Elementor. You can use this tool right here to compress large images before you upload them into WordPress. And this is the one I use the most right here, Resize Image. I use this a lot for featured images on my blog post. So what I usually do is create a thumbnail for my YouTube videos, and then I'll use this right here to resize the thumbnail so it looks better in a blog post. And these are really easy to use. We can click on Compress Image. Now I'm going to go grab that image of a tractor we downloaded. Okay, here we go. Here's our image. We can come over here to compress images. And there we go. You can see right here that it reduced the file size by 42%. The file size went from 451 kilobytes down to 262 kilobytes. So I would highly recommend using this website here to compress your images before you upload them to WordPress. And then again, you can also resize them. So if I go select that tractor, then we can come over here and we can resize it. So for example, let's say we need an image that is 500 pixels by 500 pixels. So the first thing we need to do is uncheck maintain aspect ratio so that when we change the width, it doesn't automatically change the height and vice versa. And let's go ahead and set this to 750 by 500. This is what I usually use for images in my blog post. I think it looks the best, and it's kind of a best practice as well. So let's go ahead and resize images. Okay, let's go ahead and download our image. So as you can see, this looks really good. It's wide enough that it still looks like it's not compressed and, shrunken in. And it looks good, just a smaller version of the, larger photo that we downloaded. And then we can upload this into our website. It's going to be compressed, and it's also going to be resized so that it looks better on a web page, like in a blog post. For example, let's go back to my website. And let's scroll down to one of my recent blog posts. We'll go to this one. So as you can see right here, this copyright-free image is 750 for the width by 500 for the height. And we can see that by right-clicking it and going to inspect like we did earlier. And now over here, you can see the image width is 750 pixels by 500 pixels. So again, I definitely recommend anytime you're on a website and you're interested on, something like the image size, what type of font they use, the size of the font, the colors, all you have to do is go to that section, highlight it, right click, go to inspect, and you can figure it out over here. And again, I'm doing this in Google Chrome. So I definitely recommend using this website right here. It's going to save you a lot of time, and it's going to make your website faster and more efficient as well. So let's go back to Elementor and let's close out of these. Okay, so another thing we can do here for the container, make sure you're on container settings by clicking this button. Then we can go to style. And from here, we can scroll down to background overlay. And now we can change the opacity. And the benefit of changing the background overlay is it can help your text stand out more. So for example, we can come right here and we can select a color for the background overlay. So for example, let's go with black right here. And now we can come down here to opacity. And if we drag this all the way to the left, there's not going to be any type of background overlay. There's no opacity, but we can increase it. And you'll see the background image get a little bit darker. Now this won't look as good whenever your text is a darker color, but you can see here it really made the button pop. And we can change this color to something else, like maybe we want to do a lighter gray. Now we can increase the opacity. And let's say, we could add some opacity on here, like maybe here, and then we could brighten up the text and it's going to make it pop and stand out more like the button. Now let's go ahead and take the background overlay off. So that's how you can modify the background overlay. You can add some opacity if you want to try to make certain things stand out more. But for this website, our background image, our text, our button, it all looks really good together, and we don't need an overlay. Now, we haven't really modified anything here, but it's wanting us to publish changes. So let's go ahead and actually check the website before we do that, which again, I highly recommend. Okay, so here's the website. Nothing looks out of place. It all looks good to me. So we can jump back to Elementor and we can go ahead and click publish. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit here. You can see right here we have columns for different services that we could offer. This is good for, any type of website for a business if you're offering services. A lot of other templates are going to be built this way as well, where you have, the main start of your website up here, and then the next section is going to be services. So you can see there are 3 columns here. We could change this image to, reflect the services that our business offers, and then put a description right here for those services as well. And we could even throw in a button here, like we modified this button, and have it go directly to our services page. Or we could have it go directly to our contact page, which we're going to build very soon, and give the user a way to contact us about our services. So for example, let's say we want to put a testimonial section above the About Us section. So we want to have a testimonial section with reviews from people who have worked with our business or maybe bought a product from us, something like that. What we can do is we can come down to the section here, and anytime you click on a container and you go to add section, which is this plus button, it's going to put the new container above whatever container you're on. So watch this. The container is going to go above that section right here. So we have a few different options. We can do this from scratch and pull in elements from Elementor right here. To build a container, we could add columns to it, things like that. We can add a template, we can use AI, or my favorite, we can use starter templates, which again is going to make things way easier and way faster for you. So let's go ahead and click on it. And as you can see, here are tons of pre-built website templates. Here's the one we're using right now. And the cool thing about this is you can click on one of these templates and you could actually import specific pages from the template, which is really cool. So for example, let's change this to free to make sure we're looking at free templates. I'm going to find one that has a really good testimonial section. So I really like this testimonial section right here a lot. It looks really good. Now we could click install required plugins and import, and that's going to import this page into our home page, and it's also going to install some other plugins as well. Now I don't really want to do that for this section because I don't want to install some other plugins and things like that as well. However, you could do that if you really like this section here and you want to use it. In my opinion, there's a better option that's going to be a lot cleaner for what we're trying to do. So what we're going to do is come back here, and instead of looking at pages, we're going to look at blocks. So let's go ahead and click on blocks. And now we can look for an individual block. So it would essentially be like a single container for a website instead of importing an entire page. So let's come over here and let's change this drop down. You can see we have tons of different things to choose from, but we are looking for testimonials, which is right here. You can also filter by color. You can go light, dark, whatever looks best. On our website, we have a light background, so we need to switch this to light. And here we go. Here are tons of different testimonial options. And I really like a lot of these. This one would be great if you had video testimonials. I think it looks really cool. So let's go ahead and choose this one right here. Let's go ahead and click on it. I think that looks really good. So let's go ahead and do import block. And there we go. Now we have a testimonial section that we can modify. We can click on the stars. We can change the rating and do 5 stars across the board, which is what, I would definitely want to do. We can come over here. We can change all of these to 5 stars. We can come over here to style. We could change the color. So maybe we want this to be a gold color instead of black to make it look like a star. We can come over here and click on the color. We can drag this over and maybe try to find something that looks closer to like a gold. What I would recommend that's a lot easier is we can come over here to Google. Let's type in star hex color. Okay, here's star colors palette. Let's try this one really quick. We'll go ahead and copy it. Let's go back to Elementor. Let's paste it in down here. That one looks pretty good. Now what we can do is we can copy the hex code here and we can update it on all of these. So we'll come over here, go to style, change the color. We'll paste in the new hex code. There we go. And we'll do it on this one as well. Go to style, color, and there we go. And you can change everything like I've showed you so far. We can make it larger. So if we want the stars to be bigger, like maybe, 17 looks pretty good. We could change the spacing in between the stars, make it smaller, increase it. We'll go ahead and just revert it back to 15. We could come over to advanced. We can scroll down, and if you ever decide to use Elementor Pro, then you have other options for scrolling effects. Like if we scroll down, we can, use some animations to make the stars, animate whenever we scroll. We can also use mouse effects. So if you hover over the stars, we could change the effects it does. There's a bunch of different ones. We could also change the entrance animation. It's on default. We could have it, go to fade in. So then if we scroll down, it's going to fade in like that right there. I'll go ahead and set it back to 1, but you can modify everything. So that looks really good. And all we have to do now, if we were building this out for our website, We could come over here, we could paste our review in. So something really important that I want to tell you, a good tip, if you are pasting in text from, maybe a document, maybe a website somewhere else, you definitely want to click on text right here and paste it in here. If you paste it in the visual tab, it's going to try to retain the formatting from the website, the document, wherever you got the text from. So if you're pasting anything, definitely do it in the text. Don't paste it here or it's going to change the formatting for your website. So that's what I would do. I would update the text for each of these. You can update the images. So if you click on the image, you can do the same thing we did with the previous section on the background image. You can upload an image of the person that gave you a review. You can upload it and then crop it into this image circle right here. And if you don't want this background, we can simply change the background. All we have to do is click on Edit Container, and then we go to Style. And then we can come down here to Color. We'll click on Color. If you want to retain the color, make sure you copy it or save it before you change it. And then we'll come up here and just click on Clear right here. And there we go. Now the testimonial section does not have a background. And then you could also modify the header up here like we did before. This one is an H2 header. You can change the text. You can change the style, the alignment, the typography, the text color. You can fully change everything like we did in the last section. So as you can see, building a website is so easy if you use starter templates and Elementor. You don't have to do any of this from scratch. Like previously, you would have to click on Add Container. You would have to go to Add a New Container. Choose if you want a grid or a flexbox. So you could click on flexbox. You have to choose your structure. Do you want a single column with a direction down, right? Do you want to split it into different columns? And you could select one. And then you have to just build this out. You can drag a grid into it. You could drag an image. You could drag a text editor. So before you had to do all of this from scratch. But now with starter templates and using that plugin, you can pull these in from block templates. You could pull an entire page in from a website and just cut out everything that you don't want from it. Starter templates makes everything so much easier. You could put a divider between these two sections. For example, if we grab the divider and drag it over, now we have a divider between these two sections, and you can modify it the same way that we modified everything. There are so many customizations. Look at all these for the line. You can change this however you want. You could also make it larger. You could change how far it goes across your screen. We can change the style. We can make it thicker. Again, you can modify everything you want. And then if you go to preview it and we scroll down, now we have a divider between these two containers here. And there's our new section. So let's go back to Elementor. So let's go ahead and delete this object. Again, anytime you want to delete an object, right click it, go to delete. There we go. Now we have an empty container. We could drag something else in. Let's drag a video in. And now we can embed a video. So for example, you can see over here on the left-hand side, we have a YouTube video, which is an example that's embedded in here. Now I do this a lot on my website. So for, some of my videos, I'll create a blog post to go with the video, especially if I do keyword SEO research on the topic and the keywords, and there's a chance that it could rank high in Google, then I'll usually create a blog post for it as well. So if we go back to my website and we click on my most recent blog here, I actually created a YouTube video for this, and you could see I embedded it right here into my blog post. So we can go back over here to Elementor, and you can change whatever you want. Like if you don't want the size of it to be this big, which it is pretty large here, we could go to Style. And from here, you can change the aspect ratio. So you could drop it down to 21:9. It's going to be a lot wider, but it doesn't take up as much room. So let's go ahead and change that back. And now you can change the link to whatever video you want to link. So let me grab a link to one of my YouTube videos and I'll show you this really quick. Okay, so we can come over here to link. We'll delete this one. And we're going to paste in a link to my Amazon affiliate marketing course. And there we go. You could also change when the video starts. Like if you wanted to start further into the video, you can change the start time. You could change when it ends. It's very easy to do. And now we can go to preview changes. And we could scroll down. And now we have a video embedded into our website. And again, you can make this smaller, larger. You could change the container instead of having a full size container. So let's go ahead and delete this one by deleting the container. And there we go. Now we're back to the way we just had it. So let me show you again how to change the spacing between these two, which is very important. We can go to Edit Section right here. We can go to Advanced. And now we can change the margin and the padding. So you can see the padding is currently set to 80 for top and bottom. So if you're like me, whenever I first learned about margin and padding, I really didn't know what they did. I knew, if you modify the values, then things move. That's about it. But I didn't really know exactly what they mean. So essentially, margin is space on the outside, and padding is space on the inside. So watch when I modify padding. Remember, padding is the space on the inside of the object. So the object is this container right here. So watch the spacing inside of the object. So we're going to increase top. So you can see above the object is not moving, but inside of the object on the top is moving. It's going up or down depending on, decreasing and increasing this value. So padding is the spacing on the inside of the object. And margin is the spacing on the outside. So we could come up here to margin, and we can change the margin right here. And now watch the spacing. Whenever I modify the margin on the top, it's not going to change the spacing right here. This is going to stay the same. So watch this. Let's go ahead and decrease the margin because we want the spacing to decrease up here. And you can see the spacing is changing on the outside of the section. It's not changing on the inside. So now you know the difference between margin and padding. So let me go ahead and do some Control-Z's and get rid of this. We'll take it back to the way it was. There we go. Now we are back to the way it was before. So I would recommend keeping a consistent margin and padding across your entire page, just so the spacing stays consistent. So when you scroll down, you want the spacing here to be the same spacing here. It's just going to make it look really good when it's all the same between sections. And you can modify the margin and padding for every single thing on the website. You can modify it for headings, you can modify it for paragraphs, you can modify it for buttons and other objects. Anything you click on here in Elementor, you could come over to Advanced and you can change the margin and the padding on anything. Okay, so again, let's go ahead and preview our changes. We can close out of this window, we can close out of this one and this one as well. And there we go. It's looking good. So we can go back and we can publish. Again, super important. Make sure you always preview changes before publishing. Okay, so what if you make a change and you forget to preview changes and you accidentally hit publish? And it was a change that you can't easily revert. Like maybe you accidentally deleted an entire section and published, and there's no way to get that back. So there is one other option that you could recover from that. We could come over here to the Elementor logo. We can select the logo. We can come down here to history right here. Let's click on that. Now actions is going to show your recent history. So that would be any history that has occurred since you published. So you can see here I modified some text down here. So it would show up here in actions. So if you hit publish, then you're only going to see new actions since you published. However, there's another tab called revisions right here. We could come in here to history, we could go to revisions, and we could go through and look at the different versions and basically find a version that included that section. And there we go. Now we have the section back. And we could come up here to the top and we could go to preview changes. Again, always do that before publishing. We can scroll down. and it looks great. So we can come up here and we can go to publish. So I just want to mention that it's really important that you know how to access history and revisions, which you could find again over here by clicking the Elementor icon and going down to history. If you click preview changes and everything looks good here, but it's looking different than it is in Elementor, or maybe you open your web page in a different browser, what I would recommend, if you're having an issue where you think something should be changed a specific way, like this section should be appearing here, make sure you open your website in different browsers. Like go open this website in a completely different browser on your computer, like Microsoft Edge, Safari, something different, because you will have issues with how your website is being cached whenever you're editing in Elementor and WordPress. And the best way to resolve that issue is completely close out of WordPress and Elementor. I would even log out of WordPress and then go into the history settings for your browser, like in Google Chrome. I would go to history over here, and then I would go ahead and delete the history and cache for like the past hour or day or whatever. Just go ahead and reset it, log back in, and everything should look correct. But I want to mention that because I've had that issue in the past where I had to, reset my browser, basically delete the history and cache to fix an issue where things weren't showing up right whenever I'm editing in Elementor and previewing changes. Okay, so to get out of the revision settings and history, all we have to do is click on something on our web page like this right here. And there we go. Okay, so before I show you how to add a new page to your website, let's first take a look at, how this looks on the mobile version. So let's come up here to the top, and you're going to see three icons. We have one for desktop, which is what we're doing right now. We have tablet, which would be, like an iPad or something like that. And then we have mobile phone or mobile portrait. Now, this is the one we're going to look at next because of, how popular cell phones are, and a lot of people will pull up your website on a mobile phone. So we need to make sure that everything looks good. Now, let's go ahead and click on it. Okay, so now we're editing in the mobile version. And something really important that you need to know is that when you have mobile portrait selected, or you have tablet or desktop, you're only going to be editing your website in that version. So if we move something around here, like if we, move the button placement, it wouldn't change on the desktop version. We're only editing in the mobile version. So the goal here is to make sure that everything looks good. So the top of the web page here, I think looks really good. The spacing looks good, and the headings are on one line. They're not spaced out onto different lines. So we can scroll down. This looks good. This also looks good down through here. Here's our new section, which also looks good. This looks good. So the homepage looks pretty good to me. And we can see the footer. It even placed our menu down here in the footer. We're going to update this right here in a moment to make sure it has the current year instead of, 2022 when this template was created. And this basically right here just is an image that is missing. We can fix that as well. But, for now, let's go up through here. We just want to make sure that everything looks good. Now, the only thing we could really play around with here is maybe spacing. So the spacing between these two. If we go to edit container, we can go to advanced, and we can see that the padding on the top is 50. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and go to the next container and take a look at it. Go to advanced. So you can see this container is using a padding of 10, and it's using a margin of 50 and 50. So it is using a margin of 50 here. And again, margin is spacing on the outside of the container or the object. So the 50 pixels for the top is going to be this spacing here between these two containers. So when I scroll down through here, it does look like there's a little bit too much space between these two. So to fix this, we can either adjust the margin on this container for the top margin, or we could adjust the padding for this one. So let's first take a look at the margin for this container. So let's go to advanced. Okay, so first we need to unlink the values so it doesn't update them for every single one of these. And now for the top margin, let's start decreasing it. And you can see we're currently removing the space on the outside of the container. Let's go down to maybe 15. And now let's just scroll down through here to see how this looks. Let's go ahead and center this text as well. So we're going to go to Style, and let's change the alignment to center so it's the same as this down here. And now the spacing looks much better. Okay, let's go ahead and hide the controls. And now let's simply scroll down through here again from the top and just make sure everything looks good. And as you can see now, we can see the logo as well. So the drop-down menu here looks good. I do think the logo is a little bit too big on this mobile version, so we can take a look at that in a moment. But first, let's scroll down through here. Okay, the spacing between these two look much better. Again, we could modify it to try to make it, as even as possible. But for now, that looks pretty good. I think the spacing here is fine, compared to the spacing that we have down here between the containers. But if we wanted, we could reduce the margin for either this container or this container if we wanted to decrease this space a little bit more. So for the site icon, if we did want to change the scale here, we would essentially have to do that for every device. So it would have to be smaller on desktop, portrait, and mobile. We can't, just modify the site icon size for, just mobile. There might be a way to do that with a plugin, but we're not going to install a plugin to do that. So if I want to modify this, I'll just have to make it a little bit smaller, and it will have to be smaller across, all three versions, which I think is fine. But for now, we'll just leave it as is. But I just want to let you know that, so whenever you upload your site icon or favicon, if it looks too big to you on one of these other versions, you'll have to change the scale for every single one of these. So we would just go back to site settings in WordPress and then just change the scale of our site icon to make it a little bit smaller. Or if you want to make it smaller, you could simply use the resize image feature on the website that I just showed you a moment ago. So you can play around with it to get it to the right size that you want, but I think this looks fine. So then we could also go to the tablet portrait mode over here and make sure that everything looks good as well. So you can see the spacing is going to be a little bit different. It's going to look, a lot more similar to desktop. It couldn't fit all of these on the same line, so it had to drop one down here. But, overall, I think this looks good. It could be tweaked a little bit. We could opt to have all three of these on their own line, which would add a lot more space on the outside, but it might look all right. That's something that I might play around with to see how it looks. But other than that, it looks pretty good across all three. So it's really important that you know how to do this. Whenever you're editing for a desktop and you're done, you need to also check the tablet portrait and the mobile portrait, because there will be a lot of users, hopefully, getting on your website and accessing it through these other different devices. So you need to make sure your website looks good on all of them. Okay, so now that you know how to modify your website across all three devices, next we are going to build a new page. And we're going to use a pre-built, template, the way we did with the testimonial section, the way we built this entire website with, using starter templates, which is going to make it so easy to do. We don't have to build anything from scratch. We're going to be able to do this very fast, and it's going to look great as well. Now, before we do this, we need to publish the changes that we made here to the mobile version. So let's go ahead and click publish. Again, you can preview changes, but if you preview changes up here, it's actually going to show the desktop version because we're on a desktop device. So I'm going to go ahead and click publish. And let's go ahead and just check the website really quick anyway to make sure it still looks good. And everything looks great to me. We are good to go. Okay, so there are two ways that we can add a new page. Well, there's actually one way. However, we could come right here and click on add new page. And what this will do is basically take us to WordPress. So instead of doing that, let's just go ahead and go over here to WordPress. Make sure you go to pages right here, which we looked at earlier. you can click on all pages, and then from here, we can click on add new page. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so before you do anything here, we are not going to use the WordPress block editor. We are going to build our page in Elementor because that's how we're building our website, and it makes everything way easier. So go ahead and click this button right here. Okay, so here's our new page in Elementor. Let's go ahead and go back to the previous window we had open in it. And let's go back to WordPress because I like to have one window in WordPress and the other in Elementor. And let's go ahead and click our site icon right here. And we're going to leave. Okay, there we go. Now we have one window open for WordPress and the other one open in Elementor. So let's go back to Elementor. So the first thing we need to do is give our new page a name. So we can click on page settings. So I'm going to be building an FAQ page. So if you're unfamiliar with an FAQ page, it's essentially a page where you can address common questions and concerns that visitors might have about your website. And I think it's a good one because it can help build credibility and trust with your visitors or customers because it shows that you're actually answering questions and, trying to, help people as much as possible. Now, you can build whatever page you want here. You can create a projects page. That would be a good page to have that, basically goes into detail about different projects that you've done for customers or clients and the outcomes of those. If you wanted to build a blog page, it's going to be a little bit more in depth, and you can actually see more of that detail in my Amazon affiliate marketing video because I build out a blog website. But essentially, you would have to create a page where you're basically going to link your categories, and categories are something that you set up to organize your post. So you would essentially need a blog post created, so that will be in the post section of WordPress, which is going to be right here. You would have to go into post and you would have to actually create a blog post. And then after you have a blog post created, you can set up categories, which I just mentioned. And the categories are essentially, containers, like you group certain blog posts into certain categories. And that makes it very useful when you have a blog page. So if we come over here and we go to techpostcentral.com, this is a website that I developed in that Amazon affiliate marketing video. And what you can see over here is we have an articles page. So here's the articles page. So this is essentially the blog page. And the blog page has two categories. Now these are categories, best tech and microphones. So if we go back to WordPress, there would be two categories right here, one for best tech and one for microphones. And then if we come back here, we can go to one of these categories. Like if we click on best tech, this is a blog post that exists for that category. So in WordPress, what I did is I went over here, I created a new post, and then over here on the right hand side, we can scroll down and you see categories right here, and we could expand it, and you could actually create a new category right here. Or if you already had one created, back in WordPress where I showed you, you could assign it to that category. And then once it's assigned to the category, you could build a blog page like this articles one here. And then this page is basically going to show your different categories. And then this articles page isn't, a page that you design. It's just going to show your blog post here. So I just wanted to show you that really quick. If you're interested in building a blog post, I would highly recommend that you go to my Amazon affiliate marketing video after this one and you watch that video, because I go into detail about creating posts, about creating categories, and I think it's really a great video for you to watch if you're interested. So let's go ahead and close out of here. Let's go back over here and let's go ahead and go back to WordPress. And we can go ahead and delete this post because we don't need it. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to our FAQ page. And now we can start building this page out. Okay, so what we need to start off with is I want the top container and the header to be the same across all of these different pages. So if we come over here, if we go to About, you can see this is the top container that has this background and this text here. If we go to Services, it's going to be the same way. Contact, same way. So we need to keep that uniform across the entire website. So first, let's come over here to Elementor. Let's go to the About page. Okay, so first we need to save the page, so we can click this button right here. Okay, so up here in the first container, you can simply click in this window anywhere, right click it, and we could go down here to copy. We could also save this entire page as a template, which is also important to know how to do. So let's go ahead and click on that so I can show it to you. And we'll simply name this About Page. So we're going to save the About Page as a template to our library. We can click Save. There we go. It's currently saved. We can close out of here. Now we can go back over here. So this is the FAQ page. Sometimes it may take a while for the page name to register. So let's go ahead and go back here. There you go. You can see the page name is showing up correctly now. So we could have just pasted in what we copied. We could click paste. It's going to paste in that top container. But what I want to show you is the template. So we can come down here and click on this folder, which is Add Template. Okay, so we saved the top container of that page. Now we could have saved the entire page if we scrolled down to the bottom and, saved everything. But we saved the top container. So let's go ahead and insert it and see what it looks like. And it's basically going to say, hey, this is going to override the design, layout, and settings of the page you're currently working on. So again, make sure you're on the right page. If you need to verify that, click Don't Apply. And make sure you're on the right page before you go ahead and insert it. So let's go back. Let's go ahead and insert, apply, and there we go. Now again, we could have just copied that container like I showed you by right-clicking, going to copy. Coming to this new page, we could have just pasted it in here. You could click in this little box here and go to paste. Now, if you want to save the entire page as a template, like the About page, let me show you how to do that really quick. First, we need to save this page right here. So we can go to Save Draft. There we go. Now this page is saved. Okay, now let's go back to the About page. Okay, instead of right-clicking a container and going to Save as Template, what you want to do is come up here to the top right on this arrow, and now you want to go to Save as Template right here. So we'll go ahead and call this Complete About Page and do Save. Okay, there we go. Now you can see the type is a page and not a container. So let's close out of here. Let's go back to our new page. Let's go ahead and delete this container. We'll go to delete. Okay, so now let's go back to add template. And this time let's choose the entire page right here. We'll do apply. And there we go. We saved the entire About page as a template, and then we inserted it into this new page right here. So this can be very useful if you want to build a new page and keep the same layout. So I think for the FAQ page, we could definitely leave this bottom container here. This middle container we don't really need, so I think what we could do is just go ahead and delete it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is change this H1 heading. And let's go ahead and change it to Common Questions. So this is a good H1 heading for an FAQ page. Now, the first thing you're probably noticing up here is that this background image is not included in the header. So there's something else we need to do now to make sure that the background image is also going across the header. So if we go to our website over here, you can see up here at the top, the background image goes all the way to the top. But on our new page, it doesn't. So we need to fix that next. First, let's go ahead and save the draft. So we have our H1 heading saved here. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this transparent. So we need to come up here to the top, and we're going to click on Preview Changes. Okay, so now we have our new page open, and we can preview the changes. So we want to come up here to the top and click on Edit Page. Okay, so from this page right here, if you look up here at the top right, you're going to see some icons. Right here we have Astra settings. This is our theme that we have installed. So we need to click right here on this A icon for Astra settings. And then over here on the right hand side under the settings, we can come down here to Advanced Settings. Okay, and here we go. Under Advanced Settings, we need to click Enabled for Transparent Header. So let's go ahead and click Enabled. And after you have it set to Enabled, we can click Return to Post, Save Draft, and then we can click Preview right here. And there we go. Now we have a transparent header, and our background image goes across the entire thing, even our menu. So knowing how to make your header transparent is very important, and you now know how to do it. So let's actually go ahead and modify the logo size for the mobile portrait, tablet, and I think I want to decrease it on the desktop a little bit as well. I feel like it's a little bit too big. And come over here to the website, and now let's come up here to the top and click on Customize. Okay, so like we did earlier in the video, let's come over here to the left-hand side, and let's come down to Site Identity, and let's click this button right here, Site Title and Logo Settings. Okay, here we go. So now you can see we are currently modifying the logo on the desktop version. If you look down here at the bottom, we can see icons for desktop, tablet, and mobile. So let's first go ahead and modify it for the desktop version right here. So previously we had it set to 96. Let's go ahead and decrease that a little bit. I think I want to take it down to about 80. Let's go ahead and try that. Okay, let's go ahead and publish the changes so we can go check it. Okay, so let's copy the URL. Let's open up a new tab and go to the website. Okay, that's looking much better on the desktop version. So you can play around with it until you get the right size. For example, we could take this down to 70 and we can publish. And let's go ahead and refresh the website. And there we go. I think that looks pretty good on the desktop version. We'll go ahead and leave it at 70. Okay, so let's come back over here. And now let's go ahead and change it to tablet. Okay, so on tablet, you can see that it's still set to 96. So we can modify the site icon across all three versions. So let's go ahead and change it here as well. We can go ahead and try 70 like on the desktop version. Now the only downside here is we can't really publish and then test it because I'm on a desktop right now. We would have to open the website on a tablet and look at the live website to see how it looks. So we kind of just have to go off of the preview over here. But anyway, I think 70 looks really good on tablet as well, so we'll go ahead and leave it at that. And now let's go ahead and check the mobile version. So as you can see, the mobile version looks the absolute worst out of all three. At 96 pixels, it is way too big. So let's go ahead and take that down to 70. And that looks much better. We could probably decrease this even more. Let's go down to about 65 and maybe 60. Let's go up to 62. Okay, I think 62 looks pretty good. The key thing is just go ahead and play around with it until it looks the best. And I think this size looks good, especially in comparison to our drop-down menu over here. So I could even decrease it a little bit more, just to try to get them pretty similar in size, because I think that would look the best. Okay, I think 57 looks the best. Okay, let's go ahead and publish the changes that we made. So now we have the logo width set to 57 pixels on mobile, 70 on tablet, and then 70 on desktop, and I think this looks a lot better. Okay, so now that we have the transparent header, and now we can come back over here to our FAQ page in Elementor, and we can start building out the rest of the page here. So that looks much better with the transparent header and also the adjusted logo size as well. And again, this is going to be very easy because we can build out these middle sections with pre-built website templates. So let's go ahead and expand our Elementor controls. So we need to put a section in between these two right here. So go ahead and come down to this section, and now we're going to click the plus icon to add a container. And let's go ahead and use starter templates to find a pre-built website template. Okay, so one thing you could do is go down through the different, pre-built website templates and look for templates that, might have an FAQ. You could potentially search for FAQ. And here we go. Here's FAQ here. So this is more based on pricing, but they do have a really cool FAQ section right here. So we could insert this entire page into our website. It looks like we would have to install some plugins with it as well. but we could take this entire section and put it into our website. And basically with this approach here, you can just go through all these templates and try to find something that you like the most. And then, like earlier, we could also come over here to blocks. And now we have FAQ, we're still searching for FAQ. And this time we could just insert a block, which I think is what I'm going to do because I like these layouts a lot. And we don't have to insert the entire page. We can just choose one of these that we like the most. So, I think let's go ahead and keep it simple. And let's go ahead and insert this one right here. So just like earlier, we can go ahead and import block. Okay, there we go. Now we have a new block right here. We can actually click the X on this right here to close it. And now we have our page header. And then we have an FAQ section right here. And again, like earlier, we can keep the same background they added, or you could even change it to a white background like we did on the homepage. But again, this makes building a website so much easier because, we don't have to build this entire FAQ section from scratch. All we have to do is modify the text. So for example, we could change the text here on this first FAQ by simply selecting it, and then come over here to toggle items and then click on it. And now we can modify the title and the paragraph as well. So for the title, a common FAQ would be, how can I contact customer support? That is a very common FAQ. And then we could come down to text and then simply modify the text and say, you can contact customer support at 555 555 5555. There we go. And then we just do the same thing for the other FAQs. Now let's say we want to add another question. All we have to do is click on any of these, and then we can come over here and we can click on this duplicate icon right here. And there we go. Now we have another one. We can go in and modify it. And if we want to delete any of these, we can select it. We can come over here to the right side for toggle items again, and then click the delete button. And now it's gone. We could also select add item and then build out a new one from scratch if you don't want to duplicate it. It's really easy to do. And then you could also add an icon for it. We could come over to style. We could change the border, the color, the space between the different FAQs. We could go down to title. We could change the color of the title from this blue color to something different. We can modify anything that we want. And now we can come up here to the top and click preview changes. And there we go. We have a great start to this FAQ page. Again, the only other things we need to do is go ahead and modify the other questions. We can add questions. We can delete some. And that's really it. It's that easy. Okay, so now that we have a new page on our website, how can we add it to the menu up here? So there's a couple of different ways that we can add it that are very popular. We can modify the menu, which is what I'll show you how to do, and then add the new page and it will be displayed, the same way it is here. And we took a look at that earlier when we moved the menu items around. And then another option, which I will also show you how to do in a moment, is we could actually modify the header and we could add something else over here like a button or another type of object to link to the FAQ page as well. So before we can add it to the menu or anywhere else on the website, we first need to publish the page because it's still a draft. So let's go back to Elementor and let's come up here to the top and click publish. Now we can come over here to WordPress. We can go down to appearance and then click on menus. Okay, there's the new page right there. You could probably find it in most recent. If you don't see it here for some reason, click on view all and you'll be able to find it here. So to add the new page, it's really this easy. We can select it and then click add to menu. And now we can see it over here. So let's go down and click save in menu. Now let's come over here to our website and let's go ahead and refresh it. And there we go. There's our new page and it's now showing up in our menu. So we can click on it from here And now we can go to our FAQ page. So now you know how to create a new page in WordPress, how to build it using blocks or pre-built website templates, and then also how to add it to your menu as well. So the next thing you need to know how to do is how to modify the header. I'll show you how to modify the placement of objects in your header, like the menu, the site icon, and then also how you can add things to it as well. So let's go ahead and close out of these other tabs here. And now on our website, let's come back up here to the top and click on Customize. Now we can simply come over here to the left-hand side and click on Header Builder. And now that we have the header builder open, we can see it down here. You can see we have the site title and logo on the left side. And then over here, we have the primary menu. Now, if you want to move these items around, we could simply drag them. We could take the logo and place it over here beside of the menu. And now you can see the logo over here by the menu. We could take the menu, we could place the menu in the center. And now our menu is in the center of the page. You can move them around wherever you want down here, and it will be reflected up here in the header. So I like the previous layout the most, so let's go ahead and drag the logo back over here. This actually wouldn't be a bad layout because we could actually have the logo right here. We could have the menu, and then we could place a button or something else over here if we wanted to. Let's go ahead and drag it back over here for now. So over here on the left-hand side, you do have some other options as well. For header presets, there are some presets of different headers that you can take a look at, and you can just click on these to see which ones you like. So for example, we could take a look at this one. And now you can see the logo and the menu is stacked. We could try this one. So maybe you're planning to allow users to sign up and then log into your website. This would be a good menu to have for that. And you could even modify the placement. Again, you could take the menu and place it in the middle to kind of space things out a little bit. And then we could take a look at this menu. So this header has the site icon, the menu, and then a sign up button. It doesn't have to be sign up. We can change it to something different, and I'll show you how to do that. And then the last header preset is going to be the same thing, but we're going to have social media icons over here that we can modify. Now, if you don't like any of these and you want to go back to, what we initially had, you could simply close out of the customization right here. Do not save your changes. And now we're back to the original header, and we can go back to customize. And then we can go back to header builder. And we can change this to whatever we want. So for example, if you want to, add your own item here, you can highlight over any of these areas on the header and then click this plus button. And now you're going to have a bunch of elements that you can choose from. Some of these are going to be in the Astra Pro version, which you could upgrade your website theme to Astra Pro, and you would have some other options as well. However, there are a lot of free options which you can see here. You have an account element, a button element, some HTML elements, social media icons. We could add a search into our website, so a user could search for specific content or maybe a specific, portion of the website. And you could also build widgets as well. So let's scroll up here and let's go ahead and click on button. And now we have a button right here. And we can modify the button to look however we want. We can click on edit right here, or you could come over here and click on the button. So maybe you're planning to offer a product or service on your website. You could have a button up here that says sign up or get started, and the button could then link to a product or service, or maybe even your contact page where they could start working with you. So this would essentially be a CTA or call to action. And then again, it's really easy to modify. We could come over here, we could type in sign up, and then you can link the button to wherever you want. You could type in the full URL to a web page. If it's a page on your website, like the contact page, you can simply do / and then contact, like I showed you how to do earlier. And you can even have it set to open in a new tab. So, if a user clicks on it and you want to keep this main web page open, you could toggle this on here, and then when they click on it, it's going to open the sign up page in a different tab. And if you don't want that, simply turn it off. And then you can also modify the visibility down here, which means you can essentially make this button visible on the desktop version, the tablet, and mobile version if they're all selected. And then on the design tab, you can, fully modify the design. You can change the text color from white to something different. You can change the background color of the button from green to something different. We could change the hover color. So if we, wanted it to be a different color when we hover over it, we can drag this over to something different. We could come up here. Now it's going to be purple. And if we come hover over it, now it's a purple color. I think the one before looked a lot better, so let's go ahead and reset it. There we go. You can change the font style to something different if you don't want to use the global fonts for it. And you can change the spacing, the padding, the margin, everything you want. And that's how you can add a button. It's really easy. You can move it around wherever you want as well. So what if you want a search icon here instead? You can delete the button. We can click a plus sign right here, and then we can come down here and find search. And now you have a search feature on your website. And then to modify it, we can come over here to search. You can change how wide this is here by just dragging this over. You could change the search width. You can change the icon size, the visibility. We could go to design. You can change the icon color and the margin again as well. And then whenever you're done modifying the header, you can simply come up here to the top and publish it. And you can also make the header transparent here as well, like we did earlier in a different portion of the website. So you could also do it from here. I want to mention that. And it's probably a lot easier to get to from here. You can enable it on the entire website. You can see here it's enabled on desktop and mobile right now. And then let's go ahead and check the website again. Let's go ahead and simply copy the website URL. And there we go. There's our new header. And now we have a search feature right here. And again, it's important to mention that you need to modify the header on all three versions. So we just modified it for desktop. So if we go to mobile, you can see mobile is currently set to this header here, where you have the site logo, and then you have this drop-down menu or toggle button. So if you want to modify the header on mobile, you'll have to do it here. You can add new items to it like we just looked at. You could move the placement around if you wanted to have the toggle button right here in the center. You could do that. You could have the logo in the center. It's going to be the same settings, but you're going to have to modify it for mobile instead of desktop. So I just wanted to mention that. It's really easy to modify across all three versions right here. Okay, so now that you know how to modify the header for, all three versions, desktop, tablet, and mobile, now you need to know how to modify the footer. So the footer is going to be down here at the very bottom of your website. So you can see here, we have the menu down here at the moment. This looks like a broken link to an image that was a part of this pre-built website template. So we'll go ahead and fix that. And then we have the copyright over here on the right-hand side. So I'll show you how to modify this so we can basically pull the current year and never have to update this value again. Okay, so let's go up here to the top left and let's click this arrow. And now we're going to go down to Footer Builder right here. Okay, so as you can see, the controls are very similar to the header builder. We have the footer menu, which is going to be our menu that we have linked right here. I like having it down here, so we'll go ahead and leave it. Then we have an HTML element. And again, this is that image that looks like it's a broken link. So let's go ahead and fix that right now. Now we can click on it here, or we can come up here and click on it as well. So if you click on it, it's going to open it up over here. So it looks like there was an image uploaded right here through Add Media, and it no longer exists, so it's not in our media library. So let's go ahead and fix this. We can go ahead and first off, just delete this. I'm going to press the delete key on my keyboard. There we go, it's gone. Now let's come up here to Add Media. So for the icon we put in our footer, We could again use our site logo to go down in the footer as well. So that means it would be up here in the header, and then we could also put it down here in the footer. Now another thing we could do is we could put the site icon or the favicon down in the footer. So let's go ahead and try that first and see what it looks like. So this is my site icon. You can see there's two different versions of it. I believe the one I'm using is this one right here. So we can go ahead and try it first. So I'm going to select it and then go to insert into post. Okay, so it's probably going to be way too big. Now it's not being reflected over here yet. So I probably need to go ahead and hit publish for it to take effect. Let's go ahead and do that. And now I'm simply going to refresh this page because it's still not showing up for me. Okay, let's go back down to Footer Builder. Okay, now it's showing up, and as you can see, it is way too big. So let's click on HTML. So instead of using the favicon, I think what I want to do is actually use the site logo down here as well. Now we could make this look better by changing the size over here by clicking edit. But, what I would also want to do is actually make this round instead of having, the square. I think making it a round image would look a lot better. But first, let's go ahead and try the site logo. So let's remove this. And now let's add media. Okay, and now let's add the site logo, which should be right here. And we'll do insert. Okay, that looks a lot better. The only thing we need to do now is change the scale because, again, it's way too big. So we can click on it and then go to edit. And now right here we can change the size. So we could do a thumbnail or we could do a custom size. I still think 150 by 150 will be too big. So let's go down to custom size. And let's try 50 by 50. And let's go ahead and click update. Okay, that looks much better. It still looks kind of small, but let's go ahead and actually see what it looks like on the website. So I'm going to click publish. Now let's jump over here to the website and do a refresh. And there we go. That looks pretty good. Now again, we could play around with the size. We could come over here and then we can edit it again. We could, try making it smaller this time. Let's try 40 by 40. Update. Publish, come back over here, do a refresh, and that scale actually looks better in my opinion with the other items down here. And now what I recommend doing is making this link somewhere, because if a user comes down to the bottom of your website in the footer, they will probably try clicking on this to see where it goes. Now the most common place for this to go is back to your home page. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's come back over here to the footer builder. Let's go ahead and click on the image and go to edit. And now we need to change this option here that says link to. Let's go down to custom URL. And now what you can do here again, because this is going to be linked to a page on our website. And now we're going to change this and just simply do a /. And that's going to link to our home page. So as you can remember earlier, when we discussed, how to create links to certain parts of the website, like we did the explore button here, if we click on explore, it's going to our services page. And the way we did that link is we simply just typed in a / and then did services. So if you're creating a link to any page on your website, you simply do a / and then whatever the page name is. So it's / services here. Now, if we go to the home page, you can see here there's no, / home. The home page of your website is simply going to be your domain name. There's not going to be a / and then home. So if we come back over here to the footer builder, we don't need to type in / home because it's not going to work. It's not going to take us anywhere. To go to the home page, all you do is simply type in a / and that's it. So now let's come down here and click update. And we'll do publish. Let's come back over here to the website, do a refresh. Okay, let's go to the about page. Let's scroll down to the bottom. And now you can see we're able to click on this. So let's go ahead and click on it. And whenever we do that, it should take us back to the home page. So let's go ahead and click on it. And there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back to the footer builder. We can actually close this tab here. Okay, so now we have the menu, and then we have our logo in the center. Now again, like the header, you can move these around wherever you want. We could take the icon, we could put it over here. Obviously that does not look as good, so we'll go ahead and move it back. But just like the header, you can move everything around here. Now let's go ahead and fix the copyright, because as you can see, it is not 2022 anymore, so we need to fix that. Let's go ahead and click on copyright. You can click on it here, or you could come over here, you could go back one, and you can click on it right here. Okay, so what you could do every single year is you could come in here and you could update the copyright. Now, you're going to have to do that every year because it's not going to update automatically, which isn't a huge deal, but you probably don't want to have to do this every year. And we can make it way easier and simply make it update automatically so we never have to do this. Okay, so the way you do that is delete the year off. We're going to do 2 brackets, go inside of the brackets, and then type in current _ year. And as you can see over here, it's using the current year. So this is what you can do to, prevent having to manually update this every single year. So next year on January 1st, 2026, this is going to update to 2026 and you don't have to do it yourself. And then also you want to update this here. I recommend updating this to the name of your website. So, my website is still called Earth because I'm just modifying the template for this tutorial showing you how to do everything. But for instance, on my website, Josh Burns Tech, it says Josh Burns Tech right here, and I'll show you that really quick. Let's go ahead and hit publish. Okay, let me go to my website real quick. Let's scroll down to my footer. And there you go. You can see in my footer, it says Josh Burns Tech LLC 2025. And I haven't updated this in years. It does it on its own. And you can see my footer is pretty simple. I have the copyright. I have pretty much all the pages on my website. These are both very important for pretty much every website, especially if you're going to allow users to log into your website. If you're selling a product, a service, anything like that, you definitely want these 2 pages. Now, I went pretty in depth on how to create these in my Amazon affiliate marketing video. So definitely watch that video after this one. It has chapter times just like this video, and you can navigate to those sections and learn how to create these. It's very easy to do. So in that Amazon affiliate marketing video, let me go to the website that I created for that video, which is techpostcentral.com. And now if we scroll down to the footer, you can see down here in the footer, we have a privacy policy, a terms and conditions page, and I also created an affiliate disclosure page. Now, the affiliate disclosure is very important if you're creating a blog website and you plan to make money from affiliate programs. So you can see in that video, I put an affiliate disclosure in the footer. I created all 3 of these pages in that video. So again, you definitely want to watch that video after this one. I made it really easy because I used a website called Termly. So we could simply go to Google. We can type in Termly. There it is. So this is the website that I use to create my privacy policy and my terms and conditions. You can use both of these tools right here, and it simply will ask you a bunch of questions about your website, your business, how you make money, all of those things, and it's going to generate the privacy policy and terms and conditions for you. And then after you generate it, you can create a new page and link it down here. So if we go to one of these, let's go to privacy policy. Here's my privacy policy page. It's really basic, but all the information in here is essential and you probably need it on your website. It's going to protect you from a lot of things. You can see here I have a disclosure saying that I don't collect information from children or minors. There's other really important regulation things in here as well. I definitely recommend creating this for your website. It's very easy to do. You simply can copy whatever this generates for you, create a new page, and simply just paste it all in. That's what I did. I pasted it in, and then I just modified the H1 headings, the text, just made it look really good. And the other page is exactly the same way. So if we go to terms and conditions, it looks the exact same way, the same layout. And again, this is very important that you know how to do this. And my Amazon affiliate marketing video will walk you through everything. And if you are creating a blog website, the Amazon affiliate marketing video will help you as well, because in that video, I also create this page here, which is a very simple affiliate disclosure page telling my audience that I make money from the Amazon Associates program and affiliate marketing programs. So I highly recommend watching it. Now, let's go back over here, and we need to go back to the footer builder and come down here. Okay. So if you create a privacy policy and terms and conditions page, you could add it to your menu. However, if you don't want, 2 more menu items here, because that will make your menu kind of big, you can still add those to your footer in a different way. So you could come down here to the footer. We could go to, this next line here and click the plus. And for instance, we could do an HTML2 and then click to edit it. And now in the HTML2, we could get rid of this text here. We could type in privacy policy. And now we need this to link to a privacy policy page. So you could simply do this. You could highlight the text, go to insert link. So if this was a page on your website, you could do a / and then obviously type in the page name. So like privacy policy. You can see here it started pulling up my other pages whenever I did the /. If you had this page created, it would show up here and you could select it. So just to give you an example of how to do this, let me just link it to the privacy policy on this other website. So let's go here. I'm going to copy the link. And I'm just doing this as an example to show you how to create a link for it. You can also click the link options and you can make it open in a new tab. But since it's going to be a menu item, I would probably recommend leaving it opening in tab. And again, this is just an example. You don't want to link to my website. You want to make this link go to your privacy policy page on your website. I'm just adding this one as an example. Okay, so let's go ahead and click publish right here. Let's come over to the website, do a refresh, scroll down to the bottom. Here we go. We have a privacy policy link over here. Now, obviously, we need to play around with this a little bit to make it look better. We could change this background to make it blend in with the one above it. And we can move this around as well. And I definitely don't want the hover color to be white because it disappears. But as an example, this is how you can add a link to your footer that's not a part of your main menu. And if we click on it, it takes us to the privacy policy. Now again, you would want that to go to your privacy policy on your website. But let's go ahead and go back. And let's go back to the footer builder. And if we click on this here, you can see it's modifying below footer. And we have a bunch of different design options. We could go with 1 column, you could do 2 columns. You could change the inner elements layout to go to stack or inline. You can change the height, so it's currently on 80 pixels. We could change this to something different, like if we increase it. You can see the height increased a lot. We definitely don't want that. Let's take it down to like 72. That looks even better because you would probably only have like a privacy policy and terms and conditions down here. So you don't need that height to be very big at all. You could even take it a lot lower. And that looks a lot better. You could change the vertical alignment. It's currently set to top. You could change it to middle. You can see it moves down a little bit. And then you could do bottom. It goes all the way down. I think middle looks best here. Then you have width. You can do content width or full width. You definitely want to do content width. It looks a little bit better. And then we also have the design. You could change the border size. Obviously, you don't want to do that. The border color, the background. So this is what I mentioned earlier. Currently, it has a different color background than the main footer. We could change it to white. Then it will basically blend in if you wanted to do that. And then again, you can modify the padding and the margin as well. Okay, so let's go back. Now let's go back to the HTML2. So you can play around with a lot of stuff here. You can change the alignment, which actually looks a little bit better. I think out of all these three, it looks better having it in the center below the site icon. And the size is a little bit too big. We would want it to be a similar size of these other ones. So you can see we're using 12 point here. Let's go back one. Let's click on the copyright. It's also using 12 as well, but this text definitely looks a little bit bigger. So let's go back over here and let's go back to HTML2. Let's go ahead and highlight the text and let's change it to 10. Okay, that looks way too small. Let's go ahead and go with 11. We'll see what that looks like. And let's go ahead and publish it. We'll have to do a refresh because it's not showing up yet. Let's go back to Footer Builder. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's go see what it looks like on the website. Okay, so we could modify this a little bit more. You can see here it's not centered, and that bothers me. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go back to the Footer Builder. Let's now go to Design. And here we go. You can see it currently has a right margin of 30. So this right margin of 30 is pushing the link further this way to the left. Now, what we need to do is get rid of that. So, not having any margin or a margin of 0 is going to place it in the dead center of the page, which is what we want. We want it to be centered with the site icon be right below it. Okay, so all we need to do is go to Publish, go back to the website, do a refresh, and perfect. That looks great. And then we can go back to the Footer Builder. So in Design, we could also change the link color. We don't want it to be white. We want it to be something else that stands out. I think it would look good if it was a similar blue color here. Let's go ahead and drag this over, and we'll use some type of blue color that kind of is similar to the mountains here. Let's go ahead and just try this one and do Publish. Let's go back to the website, do a refresh. And now when we hover over it, that looks better. It's now blue. It kind of matches these mountains right here. And the link color, we could leave it as green. It does match our, website template. Or we could change it to be black and match the other items in our footer. It's really up to you what you want to do with that. And then if I created, a terms and conditions page, which I would definitely want to do, and you should as well, you could do the same thing with the privacy policy and simply stack them. And then it would look something similar to the way the footer looks on this other website I built in the Amazon affiliate marketing video. It would look similar to this right here, except again, it would be in this below footer area, and they would be stacked right here. But you can go with whatever layout you want. In the Footer Builder, you have so many options. You could change it right here by clicking on the gear icon, and you could add more than one column. So you could, have it be like 3 columns like this right here, and you could have it evenly, placed throughout the bottom footer or below footer, and have like your privacy policy, terms and conditions. And if you had another page like, the affiliate marketing disclosure page, which I created on the other website. So as you can see, there are so many customizations you can do in WordPress. It is completely endless. You have so many different ways that you can modify the footer and the header. It's really up to you and whatever type of design that you want to go with. But you can pretty much do anything. And now, obviously, like we talked about earlier, you definitely want to do this for all 3 versions. So if we go over to the mobile version and we scroll down to the bottom, you can see this is how the footer currently looks. Now, you could keep it the way it is with this vertical alignment. Now, currently we are modifying the below footer. If you want to modify the actual footer, the primary footer, click the gear icon on it. And then you can see over here, we're currently stacking the elements. You could go to inline. And then from here, just like in the desktop version, you could play around with the layout. You could change the design, pretty much anything that you want here. I just wanted to mention that it's very important that you check the header and footer on all 3 versions. and modify it accordingly the way you want. I think all of these look fine, so we'll leave them as is. Okay, so now you know how to modify the header and the footer in WordPress. It's really easy to do, and you have tons of different options. But anyway, this is a very common approach to creating a footer, having your primary menu, having a site icon that might take you back to the homepage, having a copyright statement, and then having a few other links, usually a privacy policy, terms and conditions, and there could be other ones as well. Really just depends on your website and your business and everything else. You could also get examples from other websites. Some other websites are going to have tons of things in their footer, but you can get inspiration from those. And that's what I recommend. If you're building a business that's similar to another business, you can go to their website and get inspiration for how they built their website and, make yours similar. We now need to go take a look at the contact page so I can show you how to modify contact forms in WordPress. So let's go ahead and close out of this website tab. And we can go ahead and click publish since we want to save all of our changes here. And now let's go ahead and click on this X. Okay, so here we are back on the website. So let's go over to the contact page. And as you can see here, this is the contact page that came with our pre-built website template. So we have this initial container with a transparent header and the background that looks, uniform across all pages of the website. It just keeps everything consistent. And then if we scroll down, we have two sections down here. We have an actual contact form, which I'll show you how to modify. And then we have this section over here as well that basically we can list our email address, our phone number, the address for our business, and then we have some social media icons as well. So to edit this page, let's go ahead and open it with Elementor right here. Okay, so now that we have it open in Elementor, we can modify anything we want. If you want to change the text on the top container up here, you can change it to whatever you want. But I want to leave it as contact us. I think that looks good. And if we scroll down, we can start modifying these two other sections. So this one over here, you can change all this to whatever you want. You can put in a contact email here. So, instead of using like your actual email address here, what you could do is create a separate email with Hostinger. So if you signed up for the business hosting plan or even premium, you get up to 100 email addresses. So you can go into Hostinger and create more than one email address. So, a best practice thing you could do here is you could have an email address that says help at whatever your domain is. So, my domain, joshburnstech.com, I could have an email address that says something like this right here. We could do help at joshburnstech.com. That would be a good one for support. If it's getting in touch about, maybe a product or service, or, someone's trying to contact you to work with you, you could keep it really simple and do something like this. And you could create an email and name it contact. So contact at whatever your domain is. And it's really easy to create more email addresses in Hostinger. You simply have to log in to the Hostinger website like I showed you before, and it would be in the area where you go to click on your website. It's really easy to do. So let me quickly show you where that's at really quick. So, just go to hostinger.com. Now go ahead and log into your Hostinger account. If you have two-factor authentication set up, go ahead and type in your code. If you don't have it set up, I highly recommend that you do that. And then go ahead and open up your website. You can go to the websites tab, or you can scroll down and simply open your website. And now from here on the left-hand side, you have emails. You can go ahead and click on email accounts. Here's the email that we set up earlier in the video, which is josh@howtomakeawordpresswebsite.com. Now, if we wanted to set up a new email on this domain, all you have to do is come up here, click on setup, which you can see right here. Okay, down here, you can see my free email I have set up. This is going to be the josh@howtomakeawordpresswebsite.com. and then do view all on email accounts. And then from here, you can simply click on this button and create a new email account. So again, if I was going to create a new email account here, I would simply name it this, contact@howtomakeawpwebsite.com, enter a password, go ahead and set it up. And it's going to be the exact same setup process that we did for the previous email earlier in the video. So, this is something that I would recommend you do just so that you have different email accounts for different things. And you're not going to be, reusing like your business email, that's probably your first name and then your domain. You can separate out different portions of your website. And this is a very common thing that people do. And if you don't want to check, both mailboxes, and then you could basically set up forwarding. So if someone comes in here, fills out this form, it sends it to this email account. You could have it forward to your other email account, so you don't have to, log into 2 different email inboxes every single day. But I just want to quickly show you this. It's really easy to create, additional email accounts in Hostinger. So let's go back over to Elementor. So over here, you can list out whatever email you want. You could even create a new email account like I just showed you. Then you could type in a phone number for your business, an address if you have a business address. If you don't, you could simply just delete these. You could right click and then go to delete, and it's going to delete this section. Now, before I show you how to modify this form, if you don't like this page at all, or whatever template that you decided to use, if you don't like the contact page, you could simply come down here to a new container, click on starter templates. On pages, you could search for contact. Now you could go through all of these different website templates and look at contact pages and find one that you like a lot. So for example, let's say, you like the one on this page. It's very similar to our contact page, it's just simply swapped. So for example, let's say, you like this one right here. This contact page also has a map at the bottom of the screen, which could be a map for your business if you have a physical location. If you want to use this contact page instead of the one that we have now, we could simply click Import Template, and it's going to insert this entire page into our contact page, and we can delete off whatever we want to remove, and then go through and change the typography to match our website, and all of that as well. Now, if you want to make it a lot more simple, what you can do is you can come over to blocks, and instead of, inserting an entire page into your contact page and having to go through and delete everything, you could simply look at the different blocks that we have for contact pages and find one that you like a lot. Like this one right here is pretty cool. It has the same features of the contact form and this other area here that ours does, but it also has a map in the background. You can see there's a lot with maps on here and different types of layouts. So, it's just a matter of finding one that you like a lot. And then once you find one, you can simply click on it like we did before, go to Import Block, and there you go. Now you have a completely redesigned contact page. This was all made from clicking one single button, which is crazy. You didn't have to do any type of HTML coding or anything. You just clicked a button and this appeared, and then you can go through and modify it. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete this container by clicking this right here. So we just got rid of that. We can come back up here, and now let's go ahead and modify this form. This is something that's very important for you to know how to do. So let's go ahead and click on the form. So first you can modify the header like we've modified every other header in this video. Click on it, you can change the title, the text, you can change the style and everything else. Now this part here is what you need to know how to do. If you click on the form, you can see there's no way to edit it right here. We can't see the fields, we can't see anything. So look at this text right here. It says need to make changes, edit the selected form, and this is a hyperlink. So let's go ahead and click on it. And what that did is it actually took us to a plugin which is called WPForms. And that's how most contact forms in WordPress are developed. Most of them are using WPForms. Now, before we go through and modify this, let me show you how to get to this in WordPress. So come over here to WordPress, If you're not logged in, go ahead and log back in to, your domain and then WP-admin right here. And once you get logged in, look over here on the left-hand side, and you're going to have this right here that says WPForms. And there you go. You can see right here in WPForms, we have a contact form right here. And if you click edit, it's going to open it just like this right here. You're going to be able to edit it the same way, whether you're going in through WordPress or you're going in through Elementor. But it's really important that you know how to use this. And this is simply a plugin. So if it's not on your website right now, you could go to plugins, and then you could go to add new plugin, and then search for WPForms and find it there. So let's go back over here to the form. And as you can see, these are the current fields on our form. We have name, email, subject, and message. And we could also add, additional fields in here if we wanted to. Like for example, we have drop down, we have multiple choice, checkboxes, numbers. There's a bunch of different options, and let me show you an example of this. So if we go to my website, we go to contact, and scroll down, you can see right here that I have a drop down. So I say, what service are you interested in? So whenever someone fills this out on my website, they can click the drop down and say, I'm interested in SQL Server DBA services. And when they submit this form and fill out the other information, it lets me know what service they're interested in, potentially working with me on. So let's go back over here. And you could do the same thing here. You could add a drop down into your form by simply dragging it over and placing it wherever you want. So let's place it right here. So for the label, we could do something similar that I did over here. We could simply say something like this. Select the service. So you could have service 1, service 2, service 3. You could even add more services if you wanted to as well by clicking the plus icon and creating another service. So it depends on your business and what services that you offer to, customers, clients, whatever it may be. You could add as many services as you want. And then when someone fills out your form, they can select whatever service you offer. And then it helps you be able to identify via your email that you're going to get from the form what they're interested in. So that's just one example. There's so many other ways that, you can modify this form. If you want to remove something, just, hover over it, click on the trash can icon, and we're going to delete it. There you go. Okay, so now go ahead and click on field options right here. Okay, so make sure you have the first field selected, and then it's going to show you the field options. For instance, instead of doing name, you could do, something like first name, if you just want to collect the first name. And then on format, you can have simple. You could change it to something like this if you wanted to do it this way. You could have a first and last name where they have actually 2 different fields to fill in within this first option. You could do first, middle, and last. It's very common to keep it simple. It's just completely up to you and what you want to collect in the form. And then you also have some advanced options over here as well. So let's go back to general. And you can see down here, you can make it a required field. So if you uncheck it, it's not required. You can see the little red icon or asterisk goes away. And that basically just means they have to fill this in to send the message. If there's nothing here, they can't send it. I'm sure you've, filled out plenty of forms online and you know what a required field is. And then you could do the same thing for the rest of these different sections of your form. You could click on this field, and then you could change the email field to whatever you want. There's a bunch of different ways you can modify it. Okay, so the next thing you need to know how to do is extremely important. So over here on the left-hand side, go down to settings, and make sure you're on the notifications tab right here. Okay, so over here you can see that the send to email address is currently listed as our admin email, which is going to be the email account that you signed up on Hostinger with. This was that email account that you use to create your WordPress website. So whenever you log into WordPress, it's going to be that email account. Now, you probably want to change this because that's probably your personal email account or something like that. What I recommend doing is swapping this out with your Hostinger email account that you created. So for me, Let's go back over here, one screen. Okay, here's my email account. We can copy it by clicking this button. Let's go back over here, and we can simply paste that in. So whenever someone comes to my website, they go to the contact page, and they fill out this form and click send message. It's going to send all the contents here, their name, email, subject, and the message, to my Hostinger email account right here. And I can log into webmail, and that's where that's going to be at. And we're going to test that here very shortly. So let's go back to the contact form. So that looks good. That's all we need. For email subject line, you could change this to whatever you want. This is the default subject saying, new entry, simple contact form. The from name is usually going to be your website name. So it currently says website demos. I would probably change this to something different. Usually it would be your website name. So, if it was for my business over here, I would type in something like this, Josh Burns Tech. That would be the from name. You can change this to whatever you want because this is the from name that's going to be showing up in your inbox. And then from email, what I would probably recommend doing is just leaving this as admin email so you're not sending and receiving on the same inbox. And again, if you create a new email account for your contact page, you would want to put that right here, the send to. It would be, contact at whatever your domain is. And then if you didn't want to use your admin email, which is probably your personal email for the from email, you could simply swap it out. You could take this email here, put it in the from email, and then the send to, you could use, your contact email address, like contact at whatever your domain name is. So you can customize this however you want. That would be a good way of doing it, in my opinion, though. Having it send to your contact email account, and then use this email address we created here as the from email. You could just paste it in right here. And you can see this warning here is basically saying, hey, the from email address doesn't match your website domain. Because again, like I just mentioned, this is probably going to be your personal email that you use to, sign up with Hostinger. So if you swapped it out, like I just mentioned, and then you would just need to, this would be your new email account you created specifically for the contact form. And you can see that error message went away. And you want to leave the reply to the way it is here. Now, what this basically does is if someone fills out your contact form right here and it goes to your inbox, if you want to reply to that person that filled out your form, when you click reply in your inbox, it's going to automatically put their email account in the to field. So you don't have to, manually figure out who sent you the email, copy their email, paste it in. If you just reply to that contact form submission, it's going to put their email address in that to field. It makes it really easy. And then email message, you don't need to change this. This is basically saying, hey, when someone fills out this form here, it's going to take the name, email, subject, and message, and it's going to include that in the email that goes to you for that contact form submission. So you can see everything that they filled out. And you can see that right here, it's saying to use that smart tag, which you could do show smart tags. And if you didn't want to do all fields for some reason, you could simply, just select what you want to receive in the email. Like you could just select the name and subject. You don't have to include every field if you don't want to. You could look at those up here as well. Again, I recommend, just leaving that as is and not changing it. But the smart tags will give you additional options. And that's really all you need to know there with notifications. You have some advanced options, like you can enable, file attachments and things like that. It's going to be a part of the pro version of WPForms. And, for someone filling out a contact form on your website, I personally don't want anyone sending me an attachment. So, it's probably going to be a rare, situation where you would even want to use that. Okay, and then over here we have confirmation. So let's go ahead and click on that. And I'm sure that every one of you has seen one of these confirmation forms in your life. So basically, whenever you fill out any type of form on a website or sign up for something, maybe you sign up for an email list on a website, what it usually does is it will send you to a confirmation page right after you sign up. And the confirmation page is going to show you something like this. It's basically going to say, hey, thanks for contacting us. We will be in touch with you shortly. That just lets them know that, their contact form was submitted successfully and that you will get back to them. And you could change this to whatever. You could say, hey, we will be in touch with you in 1 to 3 business days. If you have a specific, duration in which you will get back to them, you could change it to that. You could change the message to whatever you want. And you can see you have different confirmation types. You could show page. Instead of doing this message here, you could build out an entire confirmation page. You could go to WordPress, create a new page like we did earlier in the video, and build out a confirmation page. And you could build it out very easily by using starter templates to just create your entire confirmation page and modify it. So you can really customize it and make it look really great if you build out an entire page. But if you want to keep it simple, just leave it on message and then customize your message here. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this. We'll say, we will be in touch with you in 2 to 3 business days. Okay, let's come up here to the top and let's save our changes right here. We can also preview it by clicking preview. And the last thing we have is spam protection and security right here. So you do have some options to do anti-spam protection right here. You could also use something like Google reCAPTCHA, which is very easy to set up. I actually set this up in my Amazon affiliate marketing video, just to mention it again. I went through the process of setting this up. It took like 1 to 2 minutes, and I actually set it up for WPForms in that video. So if you want to set up reCAPTCHA, it's going to help you have some more advanced anti-spam filtering to, prevent, spam bots from being able to fill out your contact form, which, you definitely want to filter that out. Then again, as soon as this video finishes, go watch my Amazon affiliate marketing video. There's going to be a timestamp and chapter time in that video that will show you exactly how to set up reCAPTCHA. It's really easy to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and save the form. And let's actually come back up here really quick because we want to test this. Okay, so let me go ahead and modify this so we can actually test it out. We need to change a few things here. So we didn't actually create this mailbox. So let's just go back over here to Hostinger and let's click on create email account. I'm going to go ahead and type it in here. Let me go ahead and enter a password for this. And then let's go ahead and create it. Okay, and just like earlier, we're going to click on browser for the way we want to access it. And then go down here and click complete. Okay, so now that we have that email account created, we can actually use it on our contact form. So let's go back over here to WordPress and WPForms. So that looks good. We can leave it the way it is. The from email, we're going to leave it that way as well. And the from name, we'll go ahead and just make it specific to this website. And we'll go ahead and name it how to make a WordPress website. There we go. And let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so now that we have this saved, we can simply close out of WPForms right here and close out of it here. Okay, so now we're back in Elementor. We didn't change anything with the form, so we can go ahead and hit publish. Now let's go to the website. Let's do a refresh here. Okay, let's go ahead and change this as well really quick. So let's go back over here. And instead of doing that, we're going to type in our new email address. So let's copy it. Let's go back. We'll do an edit right here. And now we're just going to paste it in. There we go. Publish. Let's go back, refresh. That looks good. Okay, so now let's test this out. We'll type in our name. We'll type in Josh. Type in josh@josh.com, which is not my email address, but we're going to type that in there anyway. Subject, test, message. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons on this video. I think that looks like a great message right there. And let's go ahead and click send message. There we go. There's our confirmation message that we just worked on earlier. So if you want to use the confirmation message, it's going to stay on your contact page and it's going to insert it where the form was. Now again, you could build out a complete contact confirmation page if you want to make it really custom. Okay, so now to make sure this worked, we need to log in to this email account right here and make sure we have that email. So let me go ahead and log into the mailbox. We can go over here to Hostinger. And we can come down here to the new email account and we can click on webmail. And now we simply need to log in. Let me get the password I just used to create this mailbox. And let's go ahead and log in. Okay, so you can see we do have an email down here in the junk folder. So let's check it. So here it is. We can click on it. Let's first mark it as not junk so that those new contact form submissions will go to our inbox. And there we go. It worked perfectly. Here's all the fields from the form and we got it, sent directly to this new email account that we created. So as you can see, it's really easy to modify a contact form in WordPress using WPForms, and you know exactly everything that you need to do. The only thing left is going to my Amazon affiliate marketing video after this video finishes and simply, setting up reCAPTCHA to help filter out, a lot of the spam messages that you might get. But other than that, you're good to go. It's really that easy. Okay, so now let's go ahead and close out of these tabs here. We don't need any of these open anymore. And let's go ahead and log out of WordPress. And let's go open our website. So we could simply delete all of this off. So now that we just have our domain name right here, and we're going to go to it. And there you go. You're now a professional WordPress website designer. You know how to use starter templates to insert a complete website template, how to customize it, how to add pages, how to insert pages from other website templates, how to insert blocks from pre-built templates and starter templates. You know how to build a contact page. You know how to modify the header and footer. You know how to create an icon for your website. You know how to create a favicon for your website. You know how to create your site's logo. You know how to do everything now. You're a professional WordPress website designer. Congratulations. So make sure you save this video to a playlist in YouTube, share it with a friend or someone else that, wants to build a website. And, you can come back and reference this video anytime. Like I said, there'll be chapter times on this video, so you can quickly jump to whatever you need help with. If you have any questions or run into any issues, just leave a comment on this video. I reply to every single YouTube comment. And if you want me to create another one of these videos, but make it focused on building a blog website, then leave a comment on this video and let me know as well. And again, I highly recommend watching my Amazon affiliate marketing video, which is going to be on the end screen. That video has a lot of other things that's going to help you customize your WordPress website, and it has everything else that I referenced in this video and told you to go check out. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching this video. Your support means so much to me. I truly mean that. I appreciate you. I hope that you have a great day. And as always, I'll see you in the next video.